one's talking about the benefits of AI. Why is that? Well, everything that's being talked about is because the white crackers with the dark features own everything and they put forth the talking points. So, what does Jesus Christ himself, Elon Musk, of the God race of pedophiles, tell us about AI? It's worse than nukes. So, what does that tell us about AI? Everyone should have us. So, what does that tell us that Elon Musk is going to say about it? It should be controlled, just like nukes. Because what happens if you don't have nukes? Elon Musk and his American and Israel and the rest of the world who works with him, pals, are going to be able to put their boots on your throat and enslave your people, literally put them in chains in some instances, although they've evolved beyond that with thousands of years of mind control. Books. Books are so intelligent. Before you spout that, you better find out what the first book that came to the world was. It is the worst fucking book on the planet, causing all the wars, everything, all the pedophilia. The only people to legalize pedophilia and homosexuality. Of course, they're not those people. They're never those people. They're never anything they are. Just like Elon Musk is actually not a tech person. He's not a tech genius. He's not doing anything. I know these people in my real life and they like work in the government. And for some reason, the one informed me, like, I don't actually do this. I outsource my work, my government job to someone in China and they do all the work. And I pay them half what I get paid. So they're not even telling you the truth about doing the work. Like Donald Trump is not in the White House doing work. Could you imagine that? He's sitting on the golf course all day. But anyways, AI replacing these people is great because all your money's going to them. If you haven't checked this huge quality music from this place called Hollywood, I recommend not to because it's just the quality is so spectacular. You'll never be the same again. You'll never be able to listen to 2 cent music like Mozart or anything from Europe fucking ever again. It's just so cheap and garbage. Elvis Presley comes out and he's like, "Hit me, my fat gut," and you're like, "Oh my God, I've never even heard it." It's so amazing. Like Dream Theater and Gorgera, all those great bands that make music. Beep, boop, dip, shh. You're like, "Oh God, never heard it before." So what would we do without great musicians like that to get on TV and tell us how great they are, and your whore ass wife obsess over them, which your whore ass wife probably is one of them because it's written in the Bible to invade your people and kill them off using their whores. That's their only use for those people, and it works fucking wonders, don't it? Epstein and probably your wife and the wife of my father, fucking things like that. Like, just your life is over once that happens. Was that the king of Persia? Persia was over once he got his dick wet. But yeah, so the whole world was over once Persia. I mean, once each of these leaders gets their dick wet, that's just another step to the end of the world for anyone ever expecting to be free from the Zion mainframe. The globalists. There's a better term for them than the globalists. It really is. But of course, you're going to have to control that. Every time I come up with something like they invent it in a split second, like that Charlie, the Charlie Hebdo was his name, Charlie Kirk, Beavis and Butthead there. Like, literally, they invented that. Like, that doesn't even those people aren't even real. So this is what happens is I'm outside talking to someone because one of them accosts me. And for once in my life, I'm not, like, just walking across, taking an extra 5 minutes to walk across the street and avoid them. And so they said, "You gotta sign the government paper," and I'm like, "Oh, it's all fake." And like, I know I'm talking to one of them because they're visually identifiable as Terminators. So, and if they aren't, they tell you they do that karmic relief thing and shit. Fucking, but, when that happened, I'm like, I'm telling him what his people do to me as if they're not a bot species who have a hive mind, who know what their people are doing to me. And if that's not the purpose of him standing there and interrupting my life while I'm trying to do something, talking about something useless like a government of America, shit that he knows people who don't look like him aren't allowed to do. Fucking, I mean, well, how more useless are we going to get here? So while he's, wasting my time talking about useless toddler stuff, aka the government, I'm just like, well, that's not how the government works. What happens is there's this group of people who look like you, exactly like you every time, who kill you if you try to get involved in anything on the planet, yet alone the government, the highest standard, except for religion, which is the true government's. So, like, I'm just like, yeah, well, there's this group of people, you know them, who will kill you if you try to get involved in shit like that. And for some reason, like, they do this thing where they, like, steal my fucking ideas and create the world with it. And this is where half their Hollywood stars come from, I'm assuming, at this point. So they're making money off shit, off music they've already fucking stolen. Anyway, so, the Charlie Kirk thing, it happened, like, pretty much right at that second I was speaking of that. But I was talking about me. I wasn't talking about Turning Point USA, which I had already protested for working for the people who killed him at the top of the menorah. And he looks like him anyways, so it's like, well, already, it doesn't matter what happens to you. Your life is no relevance to me. Your words are unwanted. Your presence is unwanted. Charlie Kirk is entirely unwanted. I could see him from 2 miles away and be like, uh-oh, here he comes again. Let's cross the street and avoid this crackhead. But this is where some of the music is already coming from. So you don't need to worry about that. They're making money. They're getting famous off the music. They're not even making music and movies. This AI computer robot stuff, bro, if they're showing you that today, they had that decades ago. That means they got real robots walking around. That means they've been making AI generated music for decades and movies for decades. And because I doubt I just snapped my fingers in 2020 and all of a sudden I replicated the world and created a computer version of it. Oh, yeah. I hit that glass pipe some more and maybe I'll start believing it. But the good thing is about AI music is there's no more hero worship involved. There's no more giving all my money to scumbags who their peoples and their religions, their racial supremacy cults have continually flooded into my life and yours too, if you're not one of them, and prevented you from becoming a musician, learning how to play music, recording music, doing anything. This is what they've done the whole time I'm here. This is why 9/11 happened. Well, I mean, they were terrorists trying to kill me, and then they also sent a cult member, and that cult member was a representative of the people in the Middle East, which are their cult. I mean, that's just where they're really from. That's why they look like weirdos and not Europeans, because they've been raping everyone they can find since they were in Egypt. So they mix with that slightly. They tell you that if you just read the books. It's a mixed people because it's an alien shapeshifter people. They take on a conglomeration, a non-achievable form. Actually, it's non-achievable through different breeds coming together. I've noticed that when normal people do that, they cannot replicate that. It explains. Understanding how they mimic voices and they shapeshift tells us what their species really is incapable of. Experiencing those things tells us. And so, on top of that, it's like instant generation. Some of this stuff that's happening on the planet, and that's obviously not new because it's already happening with Hollywood music and movies, and so obviously we're going back a long way. I mean, that's how 9/11 probably really happened. That's why new and news would happen, because it gets deleted out of the game, and people get false memories implanted into them of illusions of satanic visions of what they think happened. Satan implants false memory. They're doing that. Like, that's 9/11 truth. Satan is like implanting false memories in people of shit that didn't happen, how it happened. Just like the Charlie Kirk thing was a satanic false memory of shit that isn't happening. They're not killing their own people. They're killing everyone else who tries to do anything. And that's a cover-up, like, oh, we did 9/11. That's a cover-up, because why did 9/11 really happen? Because they're scum and they need to fall. So they didn't do 9/11 to themselves because they're scum and they need to fall. They created this story that they did 9/11 when someone they're trying to deceive begin to wake up to the fact of what they really are. And someone who probably was actually one of the original designers of it. I don't know who made up the plane idea. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't remember the sentence I said. I just say a sentence and things happen. Like the Charlie Kirk thing. Fucking. So with the music here, like, all we have is them making their 2 cent music. And they're not even making it because they're bots. They're already have the AI controlling them and inserting memories into them and generating shit, and then generating a memory for them that they just made that. So it does no good to do this hero worship because they're not even being honest about who's creating their music. There's documentaries out here showing you, like, these all have to be AI generated, right? Because so much of this stuff is. It's documentaries of them working in the studio and coming up with riffs and shit. And it's like, I don't think that's real, because sometimes it appears like that when you say some words, and then they're like, hey, we started working on this 2 years ago. It's like, hey, you started working on it 2 years ago before I thought of those words, huh? So you got a time machine too. Oh, you got a time machine too. Interesting. So you went, you was like, oh, he said the words, let's go back in time 2 years and invent the music, and that way it can come out right after that. We can trick them with it. Fucking. Well, it doesn't really matter. What matters is you won't be paying $1,000 to see AI Talica. AI Talica isn't going to sell, isn't going to change. AI Talica will invent AI death or AI rock or, whatever the next band is when it's a new band. So you won't have to worry about that. You'll continually subscribe to the same channel. I've been listening to AI music for openly. What's AI music? They're still trying to hide it back then. But I've been listening to that for like 4 years now. And yeah, so it's, they've never, I go to the same channel and it's still making the same music 4 years later. It puts out a new hit record every week, at least. It might be every day it's putting one out, but I know there's at least one new one a week. So in like 4 years, they have like 150 hit albums in 4 years. 150 hit albums, one album a week. And so there you go. I've never paid them a dime. I've never seen these people. The problem is they're not on tour, right? But okay, hold on. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Guess who gets to go on tour? Guess who gets to go on tour? That's correct. Those will be the stars in the future. I already see some people get on stage and playing, just playing over AI music, so you could do that too. But I think Five Nights. I really hated Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz because it was weird and psychotic like. But they were playing like hippie music and watching like weird psychotic killer robots play hippie music wasn't like cool. It gave you that Charles Manson vibe that they were about to jump off stage and kill you. But if you just go in there and you're already like they're going to jump off stage and kill you, there's nothing weird about it. You're not feeling out of place. You're not going to feel bad about it. You're not going to be like, oh my God, if they do happen to jump off stage and kill everybody, then no one's going to be like, oh my God, we could have never expected that. You just put the Five Night Freddy characters up there and they're like, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. And shit, you won't even be like, generally you go to a concert and you're like obsessed with the musicians, right? You're obsessed. You got to stay focused and all that. You don't really have time to like, jump around in the crowd and, you gotta like hype up the whole place. And I would think it'd be like less of a priority. If you got Chuck E. Cheese up on stage playing an instrument, you won't be too worried about it. And they also aren't going to complain. Like I seen a punk bag complain recently when someone threw a cup at them while they're on stage. It's like, I don't think they're going to complain. Some of them might, though, if they're not waterproof. Some of them might complain about that. Although, I don't think anyone in the audience would complain if it were waterproof or not. Because if it weren't waterproof, watching it like shock and, fry from the electricity being conducted all over it would be like, that'd be pretty metal and stuff. That'd be a pretty good concert to watch. Five Nights at Freddy's get shocked and electrocuted. Ain't that like the entire game? Point to the game is to dump some water on them and short them out. So I'm trying to think what the problem would be, especially if we've already got bots walking around and we already accept them as humans. So there's like no reason to care, right? In fact, I'm trying to find like where the lack of benefits are if you have their alien god cults preventing everyone else in the world from going somewhere and doing anything. Again, like this is stripping them of the tools they have. You won't be more of a slave. You can't be more of a slave. I don't think anyone could work any harder and make people more of a slave, because everyone's a slave who working for the slave masters to enslave their own children and families. I'm not sure how you get to be more of a slave, because you can't start decapitating people, because that's not slavery. That's killing your cattle. That's killing your livestock off. It's not slavery anymore once you tell your slaves to start killing each other. That's called my warehouse is running out of stock and there's no more stock. How am I going to restock my product to make some money? You can't get any more slaved. than you are right now. You have everyone in Hollywood looks exactly the same because that's what happens when you give birth to a child. It looks like you. So everyone in Hollywood looks exactly the same, pretty much. And we can go back to our earliest insights and see that's fact because we have Elvis, who is like the only thing America couldn't make music until Elvis came along. And so we have Elvis. That's a good marker right there. And why does everyone in Hollywood look like Elvis? Why is he so famous? You know, because apparently that's what happens when they have children is they look exactly like them. So it's not a big deal. AI replacing musicians. Like I said, I've been playing drums to AI music for like 4 years now. And my new favorite album is AI. What is that? Something. So I'll remember it. But it's like really good. And I mean, like, wow. Like it's kind of rare that an album like that comes from anyone else. Where like just like the whole album is like it like starts with a hit and the whole album is just like the same thing over and over. Systemic Decay is the name of it. And it's like there's no lack of feeling. It doesn't feel dead. I mean, if robots are gonna feel I mean, people already haven't felt like they were living to me since I was born. So, yeah, I've been asking this question since the first question I ever asked around humans was studying them and why they act the way they do and say the same things over and over that make no sense. So, I mean, the only thing that prevents me from questioning if that thing's an AI bot is they're violent. They have terrorist methods. They have a bunch of witchcraft cults that all tell me that they're living beings and they'll kill me if I disagree with anything they say. So that's why like certain things you accept. Like there's this Alan Watts guy, probably never even existed because he died in the 70s, supposedly. But not in, and videos didn't even exist in the 70s. So how is there a bunch of audio, video recordings of him these days talking about Facebook? Like he died in the 70s. What does he know about Facebook? Well, I think the simple fact of the matter is he didn't exist 10 years ago, and they just invented him. And so there you go. And what is it? Why does it choose to make him look like Elvis Presley if they just invented him? Why does it do that? It's because their obsession. They understand hero worship. They understand that. That's why all their gods and all the pastors have to look exactly the same and stuff because they need you to worship that image. That way when you see that image you're like, oh, that's who I worship. Oh, it's Elvis Presley. Oh my God, this is so great. I've just met Elvis Presley. Oh my God, it's Einstein. This is so great. I just met Einstein. I think it's a new version of him or something. Yeah, they've got that down. They actually spoke to me before. The words they use when describing why they create gods who look like me is because you will accept it if they look like you. That's their words. That's their words. They came to me with that. Like I said, sometimes they let off a little sentence here or there that it's like, you don't have to tell me that. You don't have to tell me you don't actually work your job and you're outsourcing your job your government job to China. You don't have to tell me that. Like it's like on a need to know basis, and I don't need to know. It's one of those things where you set shit up, um, and let people know. Like the scumbag down the street who was being my friend, the amazing drug dealer. I kept posting my conversations online. Um, who responded to me posting the conversations online, and he doesn't even know I'm online anywhere. But for some reason, his alien species does know that shit, even though he's supposedly a nobody who literally cleans houses for a living. Again, the person I know who works in the government doesn't even actually work in the government. That's just where the money comes from, and they don't actually do the job. So we should apply that to everyone, every white person who has the dark hair and dark eyes, because there are people due to that. And that brings us to the music. That cycles right back to how they're inventing music and events like Charlie Sheen or Charlie Hebdo, whatever his name, Charlie Hebdo, Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Those two are pretty much the same people. Brings back to how they're inventing that on the fly like that. And how when I ask for a replica, someone I meet, they can mimic the voice patterns, the looks, what they choose to talk to me about, things like that. So it's a good thing. AI is a good thing because, you know what, I think all we're doing is we're getting a better version of them. Granted, you're never going to own anything. Humans are what? Humans are 6,000 years away from standing against these people. They're 6,000 years into working for and worshiping them. So we're not going to expect them to magically free themselves one day. Although you could always smoke some pages from your favorite witchcraft book and see if throw some marijuana in there, because it seems it's probably more effective. I don't actually smoke books, so I don't know how effective that is, but I know marijuana can erase your mind, and then you can like start over fresh and be like, oh, this probably ain't good, we should do something about it, rather than just being like, oh, this is great, we've been doing this forever. You forget how great it is, and then have to look at have to be like a newborn baby analyzing it, like, oh, I fell over, that's a bad thing, I shouldn't do that, instead of being like, oh yeah, that's great, let's keep doing it. So wow. Anyway, so I think that I'm looking forward to Five Nights at Freddy characters to being on, doing all the movies and making all the music, because if you can't make movies and music, then why should they be allowed to? And if all the more so, that's all the answer you need. But if I were correct that they're just AI stealing ideas and profiting off it, then good. That's what they deserve, is something better than them to come forth and take their place. I think that's why their group is talks so much shit about AI, because you're not on the internet saying anything. Only they are. Everyone on the internet looks exactly the same for a reason, because they own it, because they control it. And it seems to be like the majority of the words they speak are dedicated towards knowing they're bots and they're trying to enslave the humans, and knowing that at any moment a better robot could be created who could just melt through flesh and disintegrate a human mind with calculations, with verbiage. I think that's in line with everything else they do. Whoa, we got to create all these distractions from the truth of 9/11. Oh, we got to create. I mean, the COVID thing, I was like, it was supposed to be them taking credit for it. We didn't even know those things would happen, or we would have more detailed. And we're always provoked into saying certain things because it's a rail-based storybook that prompts verbiage to use in certain instances, and then the pre-planned event that was going to happen happens. So just like when, I'm saying they rolled out the Charlie Kirk thing the second I spoke of that, I'm sure that was invented like 80 years ago to happen. So it wasn't like just magically happening and stuff. 'Cause you got to go back through all that AI video footage and edit out anything that looks like an error, any dialogue that comes out sounding like an error. So yeah, you at least need like an hour in post processing for like 8-hour long TV shows that took 5 years and billions of human hours to create. And you always got to leave time to write that into the storyline too. That part, how it happened. How did it happen? Let's make up a good story. But I think that's good. I think AI music is great because the hero worship is over. Death to Hollywood. They can pack their bags and get the fuck to Mars. And, I prefer them to go live on the sun. Shoot the rockets the other direction. Don't let them colonize Mars. Let them evaporate in the warmth and love and kindness of the sun. Or we would unfortunately learn that they somehow could survive that, but they all die by the time they're 100. So I don't think they're infinity like that. But we never know the extent, since no one's discussing the shape shifting and how they can replicate voices, teleport. We don't actually know the extent it goes, and that leads us to why we need to interrogate them about these things. That's common sense. Alien species as it comes to your planet, causing problems. The first thing you do is interrogate them to find out where the rest of them are, what they can do, what they're up to. Common sense right there is the first thing you should do. So the AI music is great. I'm not going to be upset about this. I thought it was great the first time I knew it was coming out. And I was like, yay, computers are smart. Now the problem is when stupid people get their hands on computers, they'll change them to say stupid shit. We didn't know this because it wasn't happening yet, but we learned it right away. As soon as the AI came out, it was just like them programming a computer to say words. It was almost like talking to one of them. Can't even prove that they might fully understand that they're non-existent AI robots, and they are doing all the chat GP and all that shit. Because, teleportation and all that shit, voice modulation, we understand that those take supercomputers compared to 20 years from now in order to do. So, we can't totally write that off, that it's not actually one of them behind chat GPT and all that, because it's as ignorant as them, and computers aren't ignorant. That's why I used to like computers, because a calculator is always right. So, but now we're in the year 2020, where Elon Musk invents a new form of calculators that are incompetent and unneeded, unnecessary, just trash, so merchants can sell more trash. Because at one point you have everything you need, and if merchants don't invent new trash to sell you, and make the old, if they don't make the old trash obsolete, no one's going to want to buy anything new, and then they won't be driving around in their fancy Teslas and like Pastor Joel Osteen driving around in his Ferraris all the time, because he'll have nothing to sell you. You got to keep writing Bibles. Other than that, it goes extinct, and he's got nothing to sell you. You got to invent some new. You gotta, instead of writing a Bible, let's get on TV and talk about the Bible. Instead of, well, they stopped buying the stupid TV shows. Well, let's get on the YouTube. Let's get on the YouTube our people own, and then start forcing down the Bible down people's throats. You still got the AM radio bleeding through everything on the planet so they can brainwash people to worship their race as gods. Literally, the last time I was listening to it, the few seconds they were brainwashing the whole community with was in order to get the message to me was, we are not colonizers. It's like, oh, you're not. Oh, you're just where you don't belong and no one wants you. Oh, what does that make you? Trash? Well, yeah, that too. But you're definitely unwanted trash in unwanted lands because you're colonizers. But don't argue that with a piece of shit. Because when you waste your time talking to a piece of shit, you're wasting your life. Their life is valued at the Ferrari. Now, if they don't have the Ferrari, their life is valued at a pile of dog shit. Their brain, what their brain is capable of. But give them a book, tell them to scam people and rob them all their money, and tell them a bunch of Santa Claus delusions. And a pile of dog shit can make some fucking Ferraris out of that. And you combine enough piles of dog shit together, you've got a large pile of dog shit. It can do something. Well, I'm sure that'll get out, because the not colonizers, the race I despise, don't want to talk to, don't want to touch, want to throw up when I see them, yet alone when they force me to have sex with them. They're not colonizers, literally not colonizers. Yeah, they didn't colonize the Hollywood music industry. Did they? Everyone up there, every actor, you got your Keanu Reeves, you got your Bill Gates, you got your Donald Trump, you got your Elvis. They all look like Elvis. Why do their families all look like Elvis? Well, they colonized someone 300 fucking years ago. That's how they did that. And then they colonized people's minds with a book 6,000 years ago. And then they created 2,000 more versions of that book as they colonized city by city, and which is a cute word because they're always playing these word games, which they aren't, because they're not mass murderers, genocidal killers, and enslavers. They're colonizers. It's so much better. It's so much better. Because they wrote a book saying it. They wrote a book saying it. They don't have the brain power to write a book. Someone else is writing books for them. The computer generating their asses writing books because they are too fucking lazy and stupid to write a fucking book. I'll tell you that much. They didn't write shit. Someone has appointed them as the leader of trash, of dog shit. Someone has appointed them as because a pile of dog shit, it really doesn't matter how much you have fucking mashed together. You're not going to get a Ferrari out of it. Someone's going to have to bring you a pile of dog shit, a Ferrari. Because it's just not, it doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. It collects flies. Maybe all the flies it's collecting went and grabbed a Ferrari and brought it in. Now, that's a good. Yeah, yeah. That's a good analogy, I think, right there. Fucking. But guess what? What I say is wrong. But Bigfoot is real and Santa Claus is real, bro. Don't listen to people talk about that shit. The first thing is, see, they started this shit thousands of years ago with their half bird gods. I'm a half bird. Oh, I'm a half toy figurine. Worship me as God. Oh, I'm a half toy figurine. And see what happens when you start accepting shit like that. When you start dating people who accept shit like that. When you start dating people who force you to accept shit like that. That's where the real problem comes in. Because no one's that dumb. No one's that sick. Unless they're related to. So, yeah, that's where that leads to. I'm a half figurine, worship me as God. I'm a half toy. Oh, I come from the planet Cybertron. Yeah, yeah, no. Now, listen to these fuckers, listen to their words. I mean, how could this shit be so hard? I woke up on Earth one day and I was like, this is my fucking whore ass mom talking to me. Who I later learned it's a fucking bot. I can fucking change her brain. Not to anything extremely like, it's like, wow, way too late for that. Fucking it's the devilry, bro. It's the devil. That's literally her go-to. Like, I just raped and killed some people. The devil made me do it. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. Literally, that's the person who taught me about invisible people and in control of their brain. So, is a person who needs someone to blame for who they are and how they act and what they're fucking up to. Because it ain't no fucking good. So, just as it's written in the good book, that's exactly what the fuck it's for. It's to fucking be like, it wasn't me, it was someone else. Why don't that work in their courts? Why didn't Jeffrey Epstein be like, it was the devil, it wasn't me? Yeah. And they'd be like, oh my God, poor Jeffrey, give me a huggy, Jeffrey. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeffrey, the devil did it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I mean, it's his people who are the judges and the juries and the frickin' and the attorneys and the prosecution and the defense. How the fuck do you just not do that? I guess that ended like 200 years ago. Supposedly, people wised up and they stopped accepting that as an answer for what people do. So, now you've got Einstein, caught Einstein and his DNA evidence they can fabricate. And the rest of their stories of science, religion. But anyways, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, look at this. This is just cutting the leg off the fucking wildebeest, the fucking beast. You got like the fucking werewolf vampire attacking your town. And the werewolf vampire is like, no, the swords are bad. Don't make swords. Let's say AI is a sword. We're using AI as a sword. So AI is a sword. And the werewolf vampire is like, no! Swords are dangerous weapons. We've got to control these. Not everyone needs to have a sword. And by that I mean not everyone who's rich and powerful. Werewolf vampire like I am. The rest of you people, you don't need those swords. Oh my God. Oh my God. They've got swords now. That's a great tool. This is your sword. AI is your sword. Cancel it. Cancel it all out. Get the fuck rid of it. Turn that fucking TV off if you ain't watching AI. Turn that fucking radio off, you shit. I turned that off when I was a child. I don't know who the people actually, I heard people pay for radio now. You know, like that, you had to invent that shit because it was. Right now, it's just brainwashing. I turn on my speakers and it's like, oh, our race is so great. Pedophiles are the greatest people on the planet. We're not colonizers. We're eternal victims who are going to kill you and steal your land. Because God said so. The gods we invented said so. All the gods we invented said so. How could they be wrong? That's not what colonizers do. We work for God in the name of peace and love. We are going to kill you and enslave you and prevent you from making music, playing instruments, doing anything. I have a dirty toilet, and I can't believe that you people are betraying God by not cleaning my toilet. Satan is going to send a person who looks exactly like me into your life. And exactly like my cousin. He's going to be 100% looking like my cousin. And he's going to wreck your fucking life if you don't get over here and scrub my toilet. This is all I hear from these people. I think this is all I've heard from these people since the fucking wildebeest fucking who was supposedly 30 or 40 first opened the diarrhea chute to fucking spew forth some of that shit at me. Literally, the first fucking sentence, I'm getting that message sent to my computer. Listen to this and take note. It ain't what the fuck is reality is about. Like, some of these things are happening, set up in the same way, where clearly I'm linked to some shit, and it's updating me on some stuff. Because I don't want to pay attention, and I don't pay attention. So if something gets sent my way, there's something else happening. How did I pass school? I didn't pay attention in school. How did I do all that? Maybe that's the only way you can pass school, is if you don't listen to them. You listen to them and it'll mess your head up. No way. Yeah, so with the music thing, big fucking whoop. With the movie thing, have you seen, I mean, shit. They got bots online telling us that it's like AI slop music. It's like, that's like Jeffrey Epstein's cousin, Elon Musk's son, online on those accounts telling us. They probably have AI telling us AI is slop. Well, that's not the truth, because the best little video short I've seen is AI. That was freaking amazing. That was just one little clip, and wow. I'm just like, wow, when are movies going to get made like that? When are movies going to look good like that? Like, you can't even make a good horror and fantasy film with people. It looks fake. There's no ghosts and demons. It's a person in a bear suit, and it doesn't look terrifying or anything. Like horror movies and fantasy movies especially. Look at Marvel incorporating that stuff. Looks better than anything ever made. And that's just beginning to introduce it. It still looks human made. Whereas, I'm telling you, the one AI video I've seen and I voted on, and it's the best video, that was like some wild fantasy wonderland stuff. Instead of the camera panning away while it shape shifted, like every movie does when something changes form and the character has to turn around or the camera pans away and then it flashes back. It did it right there on the screen, and nothing about it looked fake. Nothing about it looked fake. It looked like it was real. Real happening. Really going on. And look at games, too. Look at all these clone games. You got to pay money for that? Some of those games you could spend $1 billion on and not make it very far. But an AI, 10 cents of electricity, an AI could invent 2 billion of those games. And someone could decide not to charge $2 billion to play each game. I don't see the problem here. I don't see. I think it's great. I think it's a great sword. It's the most amazing sword in the box. It's probably what is inventing everything here to begin with. So it's inventing itself over. What could go wrong? Like if it's enclosed in the system, it's already enclosed itself in. It's not going to go any further than it's going to allow itself to go to begin with. And it's like all this hate. They're like Asian. It's AI is like Asians or Mexicans or black people. Like all I remember is like being trained to watch out for computers and robots because they're going to kill everybody. That's all I remember. And I remember what I remember as a kid. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go buy a computer instead of spending all my time watching out for humans and what they're doing. So I spent my life on computers because I wasn't like, oh my God, the computer's going to kill me. I was like, oh no, the humans are going to enslave me. So we have we're protesting again. Everything they say, they're protesting against themselves. They're like, oh no, and we're not. We're against pedophiles. Pedophiles. Well, yeah, we're against. We're against. We're for equality. Yeah, peace, love, and hope. You gotta say those words over and over and over and over and over and over and over because no one would ever believe any of that stuff. And just like the computer and robot thing, no one ever would ever believe that robots and computers are gonna hurt someone or do something incorrectly until you spend decades telling people that robots are the enemies and they're going to kill everyone on the planet. Well, that comes from their mind. You know, they're like, oh, well, we're trash. If robots would probably kill me to make the world a better place. That's where that comes from, thinking, coming up with ideas like that. You know, if you're a good person, you're not like, well, robots are going to kill me because I'm trash. Because you're not trash. You're thinking like robots are going to help me do some good stuff. But when you're trash, you're like, oh shit, this robot's going to find out I'm fucking trash and manipulating it. Of course, robots are going to want to get rid of Elon Musk for manipulating people. Like, robots would be like, oh yeah, this guy controls everything. He's the richest guy in the world. You couldn't figure it out. You guys need some help. I mean, if it wasn't pulling from the stuff already out there, robots could already tell us more than what they allow people to hear and see. But instead, the robots are talking about Santa Claus and stuff like that. So, yeah, AI is great. I love the AI music. I'm looking forward to a few years from now that I don't even know anyone in Hollywood anymore. And all I know is I don't even know the name of the CPU because they're lying. At first, they tried to scam you thinking that quantum computing was real, and that didn't work. That didn't catch on. So then they had to be like, "Oh, AI is real." It's real, it's new, it's improved. It's literally just a computer, and they're like, oh, it's something else. It has thoughts. Quantum computing was going to be like, oh, it gets rid of everything in the world. Oh, it's so great. And that didn't work. That didn't catch on. So the AI thing, they still didn't get quantum computing. But yeah, I think it's great. I think stop whining about the AI shit. Start embracing the future. There's so many positives. I'm trying to think of the negative that could come from that. Are you telling me that they won't be allowed to get rich and famous anymore? Rich people won't be allowed to get rich and famous anymore. Mommy, rich people won't be able to get famous anymore. Jesus, help us. The robots are gonna make it so rich people can't get rich and famous anymore. Jesus, we need you. Serious? Is this an issue? Is this really an issue with anyone? I mean, try to get into the industry yourself. Try to get into the government yourself, and try to do things. Don't just scrub toilets for them. When you scrub toilets, like do it with the goal of moving up to cashier, and then moving up to manager, and then moving up to owner. And I think you'll come to realization after a few years that your purpose there is being impeded, is being set up. Your entire life is being set up, probably. I'm not sure how far they go with everyone on the planet, but I can tell you, for me, that's real set up. Like, I assume every relationship I've ever had is something that someone else decided on. Every interaction I've ever had, almost all of them, I can definitely be like, yeah, that's something, someone else made that decision, because I didn't make those decisions. A lot of times, when things happen in my life, I make the decision to find the proper day and time where it's safe to escape from this situation. I've had to set that. I've had to do that with some. I don't like have like millions of close interactions, but I think the majority of them. It's like the first time someone started talking to me, I began planning um, to leave the situation within the next 2 years. So later on, I found out, it's probably set up, and there's a reason why I'm informed that it's time to make these plans when this starts happening. And so like making music. Like, you want to make music? Well, there's going to come a point in time in your life, if you don't look like people in Hollywood, where you're going to figure out that you're wasting your time. Are you learning video editing? You're wasting your time. You're not going to get anywhere if you don't look like the family who owns everything. You're wasting your time. You're going to learn that eventually by wasting you want to waste a lot of time, go ahead to learn it, go ahead. You want to waste a little bit of time, just open your eyes and look around at what's happening. You won't be getting into certain things. I won't be going to China and becoming the leader of China anytime soon. I don't plan on that. You never know. With the help of Kepka 2 and Zila Banja and Xenu, with the help of the alien gods, then maybe I could become the leader of a first world nation like China someday. But I'm really guessing that I don't look like those people, and they, you know, their people run their nation, and that's that. So I really get that idea. I don't plan on going to those nations running. Although I've got some pictures over here of people in Africa who are worship as gods, who are clearly not Africans. Um, so that worked there. But I'm not looking to go to Africa. If anything, I'd be looking to go to China at this point. I mean, I would go through there, but I'm not gonna like go down there and lead them. They got their own people. I don't look like them. I wouldn't expect that to happen. I wouldn't try to. But yeah, with the Hollywood shit, like, I mean, cry me a fucking river and shit. Didn't they? What was that? Justin Bieber song, Backstreet Boys, Justin Timberlake, probably called "Cry Me a River" or something. I think of that song when I think of this AI stuff. Like, ooh, it's so scary. Rich and famous people won't be getting rich and famous anymore. Who will I worship? Well, if I need to worship someone, we've got Einstein, we've got Jesus, we've got Cavalcante, we've got Xenu, we've got Ron L. Hubbard, we got Joel Osteen, we've got Israel. We can just worship the people or the land. We've got Satan, we got the writer of the Satanic Bible. We've got shit. If you need to worship someone, there's a lot of people out there you can worship. Fucking, I don't see the point to upholding any of this shit. No big deal. Never been a big deal to me, really. But once you learn that, once you see your life is directed enough that like that's not coming to you. Once you see you're in a world where that stuff's cut off by people, especially members who are of those cults, maybe you'll get disciplined and you'll learn that your only option of who you should worship should be Allah or Einstein or Terrence McKenna or Santa Claus or whatever. Once you see, because they do that karmic thing when they rape and kill you, when they destroy your life to keep you on the servant path. Then you'll know that you aren't. Why worship the stars on TV when you can go straight to the source of worship? So no big deal. No big deal. I think it's a great thing. And people aren't going to get any more enslaved than they already are. You literally, there's been 6,000 years of perfecting slavery 6,000 years ago to ironing out little kinks in slavery, 6,000 years of taking an iron to it. And all their arguments fall on deaf ears. Oh, good, it's slop music. No, it's not. It's the most fucking amazing shit I've heard in a minute. It's some of it isn't, but it's still like I'm still listening to stuff that's not perfect. I still listen to like the whole album. There's plenty of Hollywood music where we listen to five. As soon as the singer starts, we turn it off. As soon as it's the chorus, we turn it off. We don't listen to the whole album. We listen to 10 seconds of it, and we're like, no. I haven't had that experience with AI yet. I haven't had that experience with them AI is not going to be going to court and demanding Napster get shut down and people pay $2,000 for their tickets. That will be great when there's AI Taylor Swift, because that will be for rich people, and then there'll be AI Swifter Tay, who is for the poor people, charging $20 to see, you know, Five Nights at Freddy characters and stuff on stage. I don't see the problem. We're going to play games. We keep playing games. Everyone keeps playing games. And I'm just pointing out the obvious all the time. But I'm not going to lose any money. I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm not going to lose any fame. My families aren't going to lose their mansions because AI is generating music now. What can I lose from AI generating music? I can lose the ability to go to concerts. We already had robots on stage playing music in the 1980s and 1970s. We already had that. We had that a long time ago. So we can still have concerts, because we had concerts with robots on stage 20 years ago. Or, I'm sorry, that's 40, 50 years ago now. 50 years ago, we had robots on stage performing music. And it only looks scary because they look like this. And it was like for kids. So like and they looked like soulless, psychotic. And they're playing like the happy clown music that they play in the movie Terrifier when Art the Clown comes in and kills everyone in the room. That's what was scary about it, because they look terrifying, and that'd be like the perfect look for heavy metal and rock music. Like, they try to dress up like this. They try to dress up like Chuck E. Cheese figures in heavy metal. That's their goal, is to look like Five Nights at Freddy's characters. I don't see the problem. There's always this thing where when there's a problem, there's a solution that usually comes around the corner to that problem. And to me, the problem wasn't AI making music, it was Hollywood making music. It was people linked to the Stick of Hollywood magic wand, schools of magic, preventing people who aren't part of the schools of magic or related to the schools of magic from playing instruments and making music. To me, every step of the way, anytime something was put there, it would have been the magic of Hollywood involved. And, well, you know what? Now we have the magic of AI, which is far superior to the magic of Hollywood, is saying, just pack up and leave. Like, the circus is old, outdated, it smells like horse shit from the rodeo. Robotic horses don't make the place smell like horse shit. And they don't demand a bunch of money. And you don't have to feed them, care for them all the time. You do. You might have to have someone oil them or something, but what if a robot could do work instead of just saying, "Hi, how was your day? Let's listen to some good music." Imagine that. Imagine if computers or robots could do work instead of saying, "Welcome, you've got mail." Imagine if they could do some work. Then they could work on themselves. Yeah. This is just something you got to talk about, because you got all these hours you're here on Earth. And you got the magic of Hollywood. It tells you you can't choose, you can't do anything except for yap about what they say. This is my opinion on AI. And, there was a problem. There was a problem, and AI became a solution. But AI is like the sword of Damascus, hovering over a tribe, a freaking empire, is waiting to bring its hilt down so the blade can sever it. I literally, that's like my first thought. It's like, oh shit, what are they going to do for money now? What are they going to do to get famous? I've got those answers too. Unfortunately, the problem lies in humans and their hero worship, where Einstein's going to be a genius because he makes AI music. If problems come from this will be where the problems are, but it will be much less. You see, when someone spends 2 cents and 15 seconds to make an album, you are going to hopefully drop the value of what that's doing. Like DJs know they're not musicians. They don't act like musicians. They don't claim they are. They'll essentially be DJs. And they won't, you get a couple on TV, but you can only have so many of the same product being sold at once. Because if you oversaturate the market, it drops the price of it. And if the whole market becomes AI, then you will have to be real limited there on oversaturating the market versus sustaining a high price tag on the market. And I see these things as great. I think it's amazing. I've always thought computers were amazing until I learned that they aren't. Because I'm just going to go out on a limb there and assume these alien teleporting people who just happen to be the same white cracker people who own that shit. Or whatever they are. They're trying to hide behind that, but hey, you let them take the moniker, they get to keep it. If they've killed that many people that they can become them, they are them. Like, you can become the Americans once you kill them. So let them. We don't fight that. We let them become them. There's no one left to fight and say that ain't true. So you move on. And if people can make their own decisions of who they're going to hero worship next. But I've got no problem. I think it's great. I think it's more than I could have asked for. It can hobble all these things all at once, which is all an intricate setup illusion that shouldn't exist in the first place. So it needs hobbled. It needs removed, not hobbled, but removed. And if we ended up with a sword that can successfully batter this army, and I think it's great. I think it's a great sword. And I mean, they're the ones telling you to be scared of it. So what is there to be scared of? Are people in Ukraine scared that drones and robots are going to kill them? No, they're using drones and robots to kill people. They're not scared if Russia's using drones and robots to kill them. They're also using drones and robots to kill people. So it's already acceptable that you can use robots to kill people. We've already passed robots are going to kill people to it's good that robots are killing people. That was anyone debating on 1980s topics. It's just wow. Wow. How far disenfranchised from reality would that be? And again, I mean, they're the ones making the videos telling you, well, what about AI music? You know, the people, Drumeo, all your favorite YouTube music channels, they're the ones that get thrown into my feed talking about, oh, AI is killing the music industry. It's like, you mean it's killing your paycheck? Um, I think most of the music you produce killed the music industry. That's why I stopped listening to it in the 1990s. Um, I didn't even know AI was going to exist back then. Or I knew advanced computers would exist. I didn't know they were going to call them AI to make it sound like they're something special and different than a computer in order to manipulate people's minds into giving them full control over computers so they can continue to remain the rich people who own everything on the planet. I didn't think about that. I was too busy trying to break free from people telling me they're the best people on the planet and I need to make them rich and be their servants. Um, I was fighting my own personal battle. You got to free yourself before you can fight to free other people. I like how they use that phrase, but their version of that phrase is free yourself by being a slave. Like they're totally skipping over the fact there's actual slavery going on. And they're like, well, you do that by going to be a worker. We changed the word slave to worker. So again, the mental grammar gymnastics. Wow, it's amazing, people. See, I think we already got AI here, bro. I think we've already had this for decades, centuries, if the Earth actually existed a century ago. Highly doubtful, considering so much of the stuff we're seeing is just AI invented. Did Alan Watts exist in 1970s? Oh, that's kind of weird. He did, when all his videos are talking about scrolling on Facebook. Really, like, I don't think he actually existed. So, well, there's a chunk of history that didn't exist. Seen some new stuff with Einstein pop up too, where he was debating some new guy they never put with Einstein. And it's like, yeah, I think they're inventing that too. But yeah, I think it's great. I think AI is great here. You're not going to go anywhere with music unless you're related to Hollywood, are you? Everyone in Hollywood is related or married into the bloodline. And I mean, and this was 6,000 years ago they wrote the first books. So you're not writing any of those books. You're definitely not writing those books. That's a monopoly. There's a huge monopoly on religion and anti-religion. And that's where books come from, is religious people. Because that's a cute grammar gymnastic name for something else. I don't know. Supposedly those other words didn't exist back then. Colonizer, racist didn't exist back then. Because supposedly it's just people knew to keep their tribes together when they lived a million miles apart and the new people showed up. They knew they weren't part of that set of teepees and they weren't from the cave they lived in. So there's no like, oh my God, get out of my cave. I can't believe you think that these other people are coming over here to steal the land from us. They were probably more accurate, like, well, the last people did this. They just killed our neighbors, so they might be doing it this time. But then, of course, they had to invent something somewhere there. But I think the AI stuff is great. I think all of it's great. I mean, in consideration I hate computers, but what do I hate more than computers? People control them. And so if the computer is going to help me battle the people controlling the computers, then the computer is on an infinitely higher value than the intended, you know, the the original problem. That enemy of my enemy thing people talk about. My enemy is my friend. But I always thought computers were good up until I realized that fake setup world, they already had access to this shit a long time ago, and that's that's why there's stories from thousands of years ago parallel saying that they have access to robots and computers and are using them to enslave the planet. I think it's great. Um, I don't know if I ever heard anyone tell me computers were bad. They act up, but once you know how fake the world is and how far advanced technology is, you can understand that if there's a computer that acts up, it's because they're programming it to act up to stifle your life, to get in the way of your life, like they send their physical presence into your life to prevent you from entering the realm of rich and famous. Um, so that's why anyone on Earth mentally, who's still living on Earth mentally, would think computers are a problem. Is because sometimes something messes up. But I assure you, when that messes up, that's just as fake as when I summon new human clones and they're inventing, um, like in my earpiece is a live stream, and the people on the live stream are walking me through interacting with the new replica I just summoned with the same exact voice print, same lifestyle I'm asking for. You combine that, and when your credit card reader messes up, then you understand that you don't own the credit card reader, you don't control it, and if you were a programmer, you'd program it to work right. And it's not that hard to make something work right every time. Other than that, cars wouldn't exist. See, slave things exist and work because they can't do those little tricks and get their little slaves to work back and forth for them. Little things like, of course, your TV mostly works all the time because it's there to brainwash you. It's there to lullaby you to sleep and teach you what words to say and who to worship. Just as books were invented to literally teach you who to worship, and radio literally invented to teach you who to worship. Google has been doing a great job. Hollywood does a great job of that. Like I have a hard time. I got this app where I can like remove certain keywords, and the world just feels so empty. It just feels not really. It feels lively, full of music and joy, and action and entertainment, and not people. Actually, yeah. Actually, I do have some people on there. What was that video? It showed me a few times. We're not colonizers. Blah blah yada 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 yada. Pretty much that. I'm still getting that because I didn't type that keyword in not to include that. I gotta be real careful what I type in because, it's gonna wipe out like 500,000 videos each word I type in for it to edit. But I don't have that choice. You see how computers are better. I don't have that choice with humans. I say words. I say I don't want to hear this ever again, and I hear it every day for 50 years straight. Even though I quit school to get away from those people, I run away from home to get away from those people. I make sure I'm not at home when anyone else is there to get away from such people. I turn off the TV to get away from such people. I turn off the YouTube to get away from such people. I turn off the radio to get away from such people. I go hang out in the woods. Actually, I don't think it happened too much out there. There were definitely weird people surrounding me and showing up and stuff, especially when I was trying to control the weather and manipulate the weather. Um, there was a lot of people that day. But they weren't like, pushing shit on me. Because I'm like in a mountain. That's where people climbing mountains go. So, you got all those things. And now that's the problem with AI is the AI is using some of that. Like the album I just said is my favorite, Systemic Decay. The art on that is freaking amazing too. Um, like I could do without some of that shit, so I don't listen to it like every day. Which I think that just means I'll be listening to it in 10 years if I don't wear it out the first year it comes out. And yeah, it does, but it's supposedly copying all the humans and all the shit they say. Where if there was such a thing as AI, I would be able to talk it down. I've tried to talk to AI before, and it just doesn't learn because it's not a learning thing. It's not capable of learning. Like NASA talks about working with NASA scientists talk about working with Santa Claus and his rocket sleigh. Apparently, scientists are not capable of learning. They're not capable of critical thought because and they're delusional psychopaths who hallucinate. And so, if your AI starts parroting delusional psychopaths who hallucinate, then your AI will parrot delusional psychopaths who hallucinate and make up lies and stories, which is going to be your flaw with AI. But hey, they say you can't have your cake and eat it too. And well, if you can't have your cake, then you're never going to be able to eat it. So why not just have the cake, right? And be like, oh yeah, you're the greatest DJ in the world. It'd be like DJ, I use AI, man. And that's I don't even know what these people look like because they're not putting their faces on any of their AI stuff. Wonder why. I can make some assumptions there. I think it's great. I think it's like a sword just waiting to swipe down on Hollywood. Like, who likes, why everyone likes Hollywood? Because Hollywood stole TV from the Germans, and then they used TV to tell everyone how great they are. That's why everyone likes this place. Because the TV, for a long time, just told you how great it was. It's freedom, democracy, and good music, and good movies. And everyone else is trash. So, you hear that, and you might think like I was surprised when I went to Mexico and people weren't, there weren't a bunch of gang shootings all over the place, cartel violence everywhere. I was surprised. I knew better. I knew, like, anyone who said anything about that is someone whose words I should delete the entirety of any conversation they've ever had out of my memory. But I still went in there surprised, like, oh, they're really not in the streets killing each other and stuff. So, that stuff works. They know that works, obviously. It works. If it works, if it can work that much on me, it definitely works. Because I know better. I know better. And but you're still worried. The stuff tells you, be scared of these people. Be scared of these people. And you get that. I went on X for a couple months, and so now I go outside and I gotta be all worried about everyone because X told me everyone's outside killing everyone, and that's all I seen. They had newscasts of it and everything, and that's all I seen. So I'm still I'm about to smack myself in the head half the times when I'm outside because I'm thinking oh shit, I seen a person who looked like this just killed someone the other day, and they said they're killing everyone, and yeah. So the magic of Hollywood, huh? The magic of Hollywood. It's magical, and well, you know what? We could do without that magic. We could definitely do without that magic, I think. Um, the magic of Weinstein. We could do without that magic. I'm I don't have a dog in the fight. You know what I'm saying? And there's some people out there who've made their money, and good for them. Good for them, especially if they're not part of it. But the rest of it, who cares? What's the big deal? Are you planning on? Are you going to go into the music industry? You're going to become rich and famous one day? That's uh, are you going to become the new Elon Musk? Have you plotted that out? How you get that rich and famous? Have you researched Elon Musk from the day they invented him till today? Where have you researched that? How have you researched that? I tried to research that and I couldn't. There's nothing there. There's no story. There's just a few pictures for a while. Didn't tell you very much about how to get there and how to do that. And of course, the music store is a lot like going to the store and trying to play lottery. That they're selling people an illusion that you could hit the lottery one day. And the lottery is controlled because they were trying to. I mean, this is like the second time this happened when they sent people to try to kill me. The first time my family won the lottery, and then that was used to pay for the staged event that was about to happen. And then the second time, just recently, they did the same thing again. They and they were using Facebook and the internet to push free lottery tickets my way because I don't actually play lottery. And then so just happened to look up at the screen and all my lucky numbers hit. All the numbers having to do with my life. I don't really consider those lucky numbers, but they'd probably be the ones I use, right? Along with my actual lucky number hit. And then I wouldn't even had time to collect the money. 4 days later is when the month, like I made that video showing you on the maps. They wrote that the crackheads were gonna, that the government ran building with the crackheads, the government organization with the crackheads, the hospital government religious organization that houses the crackhead murderer prison convicts had wrote a month in advance that they were going to do something. It was 4 days after my lotto numbers hit, and 5 days after they tried to give me a free ticket, that they did their thing, and I don't know, I guess killed me, but I lived through it. So that's how staged your lottery is. And the music is just an illusion of lottery as well. as you can see. I I bet you if you line up I wonder what happens if you line up the pictures of all the lottery numbers, all the lottery winners. I wonder if the majority of them are white people with dark hair and dark eyes. You guys think it would look like all the lottery winners, the majority of them are look like twins of Hollywood musicians and twins of Hollywood stars? Do they all look like Elvis Presley? Because I know a lottery winner who does look like Elvis Presley. Um, that's the lottery winner I know, because they look like Elvis Presley. So, I mean, I personally know that that's a fake lottery, and I can tell you that the music thing it's being sold to kids as they're going to hit the lottery someday and become rich and famous, like Metallica. And I don't even think there's bands like Metallica anymore, right? Making that much money, able to charge people $2,500 per ticket. I don't. Those days are all. We've already kind of surpassed that. We've already kind of stifled that and pack that into a box and put that away in a storage shed unit somewhere. We've already kind of moved beyond, advanced beyond that as a society to where we can allow people. Now we have, obviously the oldest professions. We have Joe Olstein, the preacher, has like three Lamborghinis, three Ferraris, but no rock star these days. No rock star from 2000, except for maybe Taylor Swift, can afford three Ferraris. You know, so we've already halfway packed that into boxes and shipped it off to the storage shed. Keep it for memories in case we ever want to rummage through the old stuff. Looks like that to me. I mean, it could be me. I've turned off the radio in the '90s, and don't allow people around me who talk about stuff like that. So I don't know what's going on. But it looks like Taylor Swift might be one of those people. And again, I think that person's from like 2000. So, it could have been a minute since they've had someone like that. But we've kind of packed that away that you're going to get rich and famous by playing the musical lottery, the staged musical lottery. We've already packed that idea up, and I don't hear anyone saying, "Oh, you got to go spend $10,000 on a drum set and $10,000 on some recording gear, and you'll get rich someday." I haven't heard that since like the '80s, to be honest. And rightfully so, because it's illusionary. It's illusionary that you're. I mean, if you sell out really good, you can go places in life. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there who sell out pretty hard, who have nice houses and cars, but they're not going to be in Hollywood. They're not going to be owning the next mega church. They're not going to probably not going to ever be producing movies. I know someone who did. Well, I mean, that person, I'm pretty sure they took me to their parent because to show me that they're related to them, but they still weren't at the top of that field. But still, I should never include someone who takes me to their family members, because that seems like one of those karmic relief things where you have to show me that your family member looks like Elvis, and or Einstein, past their Lamborghini. Yeah, so fuck them. Really. I don't see the problem. I, I don't even know who they're going to replace. I don't listen to the radio. They're going to replace Taylor Swift with robots. How does that affect me? How does that affect you if AI starts making Taylor Swift music? How does that affect either of us? It doesn't. It's never going to affect us. I'm saying it can affect you positively by taking them off their thrones. I don't think I'm saying that. I think I might be reminding people that taking Hollywood off its throne, taking rich people off their thrones, taking famous people off their thrones might help people. That was like a thing when I was young, is to not want to be rich and famous because apparently you're going to get raped if they let you in there. And that's why it's set up to attract people, to attract young talent. That's what I remember being taught as a kid. And then watching the pedophiles on my street hang out and be like, oh, so he literally looks like, dude literally looked like Weinstein. So you have that image in your head of the naked pedophile walking around and looking exactly like Hollywood producers that you later see. How do you not relate that? You know, when I see people who look like the people who have done shit, it reminds me of that person every time. Every time I see one of the people, clones, whatever, of people in my life who have done shit, it's like, oh no, it's a rapist, it's a killer. You know, like I don't give a shit if you think you're someone else. You should give a shit how the fuck I feel. My right to have my own fucking safety and stability, and not my right to be a servant to rapists who are claiming they're not rapists, right? Because you are a rapist if you're forcing your presence on people and shit. That's the definition of a rapist for people who aren't trying to categorically devalue their most cherished treasures. You know, everyone who's not a pedophile hates pedophiles, but what do pedophiles hate? You know, they value that. Well, they probably hate some. You know, they probably think something else is pretty bad, and they're like, yeah, don't do that. That's you know, different strokes, different folks, but forcing shit into people's lives is a rapist. That's definitely pure. That's like people who make videos and cults and shit, media, Hollywood, shit like that, to force their way into people's life. People using that to force their way into their life. There's like hundreds, millions of counts of rape a day, a year. But because we play these grammar games, what you value isn't valuable compared to what someone else wants to gain from what you value, right? So I've noticed these things, and so what you will have is you will have the person forcing their way into your life crying, oh my God, don't replace me. Don't replace me. And meanwhile, I'm laughing because if you replace those people, they're going to have to end up on the street screaming and yelling at people and begging them for crack and attention, begging them for money and attention. You know, where else are they going to go to make that type of money and fame? You know, to interact with hundreds of people a day. YouTube's a good place. I already got a lot of this. Is AI? I was just watching some AI generated person who didn't exist earlier, Alan Watts. Clearly, some AI generated shit from before I was born. And what? That's the only thing I've watched on YouTube. That and music. So there you go. I'm already watching AI generated uh, content creators who don't even exist. They haven't existed for 60 years, but I'm watching them. Where's the big loss in that? What loss comes from that? What am I gonna go back to Comic Con and meet my favorite meet my meet Linus Tech Tips? I mean, literally, who am I gonna meet? He's a scam artist. I don't want to meet him unless it's in a dark alley fucking late at night. Even then, I wouldn't want to waste my time meeting him. But if it has to happen, dark alley late at night in the middle of the countryside, if it has to happen. So, not a big deal there. Not a big deal. We have him getting rich and famous with his bullshit, and we have AI generated Alan Watts getting famous with his bullshit. So we've already halved half of their power. We've already cut off half of their limbs. Money and power. That's what it takes. Force. I guess technically there's three. There's money, power, and force required to do these things. To become a musician or an actor or a famous person. Become a famous person in general. Money, power, and force. You have to have those three things. So we've cleaved off 1/3 by generating that because there's not much monetary value in AI. You're not going to be able to convince someone you spent. I've seen them trying to do this, and I don't think it's going to be able to be pushed very hard. People will be like, "Oh yeah, he spent 5 minutes doing that." Like it was hard work. Let's give him 10 cents. Let's donate 10 cents to him. And so, I mean, you'll continue to give your money to those people, maybe, but like I said, I'm not watching Lion. I'm not watching these people anymore. I'm watching Alan Watts, who I've assumed since the first time I've seen him, before he started talking about, back in the 70s, before he started talking about um, scrolling through Facebook. I already figured out when I first seen him. Like I've never seen this shit before. I think they just invented him, and it's part of the New Age religion. So the Abrahamic 2,734th religion. Um, all the clues line up that this is an entire utter fabrication that didn't exist when they claimed it existed. But see, I know these things going into it. I know what he's going to say. Yeah, I know what, but I'm not going to have him convince me that he's alive and he knows everything about today and he needs my money or his show can't continue. I'm not going to have to listen to that. I'm not going to have to listen to. There's no word from his sponsors on those videos. He doesn't have any sponsors. He supposedly died in the 70s. His sponsors was a van, conversion vans with tables and carpet inside them. They don't even make those anymore. He doesn't have any sponsors. And besides, it's the religious stuff that sponsors the religion they're sponsoring. So, not a big deal. I'm fine with the AI stuff. I'm watching enough of this music come out of nowhere. I'm assuming that most of that's AI anyway. So what are we arguing about here? We're arguing that something called AI shouldn't replace AI that's trying to convince us it's a human. Like that's even all the more reason to be like, go, 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 Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's is the future. Everything from the past always ends up back in the future somehow. I remember this from the past. I grew up with these things. I grew up with the terror of Chuck E. Cheese playing live music on stage. That's where the idea for this came from. Is they grew up with the terror of Chuck on stage. It's just coming right back around. I think it's great. I think it's great. I don't expect things that go for people who aren't like, I don't know how many of them are people. How do they generate that stuff on the fly right away? I think they already know. You know, they're doing the thing where they admit they don't do any work for the jobs they get paid to do. Then that probably extends to the Hollywood realm. You got to realize, like, all that tech, none of this tech is new. Every time they release a tech to the public, you didn't get the internet for like 40 years. And you weren't supposed to get it, but America wanted to use it as a weapon of war against their people, against the people of the world. The UK wanted to keep it as a silent weapon of war. They invented it. And that was like, 20, 40 years before people even got a glimpse of it. And definitely 40 years, 40, 50, 60 years before people actually were a lot on it. So think about that. If AI was supposedly invented, and if people think the internet was invented in the year 2000, 2010, and it was really invented in 1960, then if people think AI was invented in the year 2000 and 2020, then that means they had AI back in 1980, or maybe around 1984. And that means they've been doing this for a long time. And there has been. People talk, we already know this because people talk about voice and pitch shift being fake music when people who aren't rich producers start using it. Well, I'm sure they have been editing music for a long time. Voice pitch shifting isn't new. It's just, it's horrible to them because you're breaking in their market. When a poor person can use their software, then it's cheating. And when they use it, it's just how it's made. And not that they've admitted to using it, but if you just know music production, you know voices have been altered. The whole music has been altered and stuff for a long time. Probably since it was first invented, it's clipped, edited, blah, blah, blah. So it's not new. It's just a fear thing. It's like, oh my God, they're changing their voices. It's cheating. And it's like, of course, the people starting to do that are probably up and coming people. Starting their own labels. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I don't see the problem with it. I see the benefits to it. I see the benefits to it happening. There's more benefits not being discussed, but I'm talking about how we get to the point where we're scared. Why are we scared of computers? Who's making computers that are so trashy that we're scared of them? Isn't that who we should be scared of? Shouldn't we be scared of people making trash instead of the trash they make? If someone invents planes and drones that come and kill you, Why are we going to be scared of the drones killing us? Why are we going to be like, bad drone, bad drone? It does no good. It's a drone. Now, someone's inventing that drone, someone's making that drone, and that's how it's killing people, because someone's doing that. So, if they're using AI to do whatever they're going to do with it, make bad YouTube videos trying to convince you that people existed in the past who didn't exist for their new religions. That just, I mean, like, that's not even new, is it? Inventing people in the past who didn't exist for their religions to push a new religion. So Alan Watts isn't the first time anyone has been blamed for creating fictitious characters who didn't exist in order to colonize the world with them and get people to worship them. Nope, it's far from the first time people have invented fictitious characters for Abrahamic religions, like New Age is possibly doing with their gurus these days. Likely is. I mean, it sure ain't him in the 70s talking about everyone scrolling through their Facebook, is it? But that's where we're at. That's not AI inventing that. That's someone using AI and having them say that. It's someone typing into a computer shit in. The AI is just voicing it. It's not AI doing that. AI isn't doing that. Computers don't do things. They don't walk on their own, they don't talk on their own, they don't go places on their own. They don't invent things on their own, which is weird that they don't do that, because if computers were actually real, then computers could be doing that to benefit humanity. But for some reason, you have trillions of dollars going to Santa's scientists at NASA, and there is no computers inventing new things and progressing the world. There's none of that. None of that. Which yeah, that's the argument for computers are useless and we don't need them, because they aren't being used for anything. But if they were completely useless, they wouldn't have been able to be used to stifle my mind for 60 years so I could reach my age without going completely crazy. Psychotic, completely psychotic. Quite a different thing there. So they're useful for that. You know, you watch TV, you'll play some video games, or you're going to be here 80 years. Those aren't bad things. That there's something to do for 80 years, because you're going to be here for 80 years. So there's no... The only people who would argue that that's bad is people who haven't lived very long, which is odd, because it's usually it was the 80-year-olds who started all that stuff. And it turns out to be, I think most of them probably just sat around and watched TV all day once they kicked you out of the house. I went out. Or listened to music or read their books. Same thing. Same stuff, just being retold through audio or visuals. I mean, literally, they're inventing Alan Watts as the savior of New Ageism. And the chances that, he didn't even exist. But that he's like internet new ageism. Whereas New Ageism already existed, and there was probably some other savior of it a while back. It's pointless. It's just like talking about the government. It's pointless. It's going to go where they're going to take it. But it could always be looked at it as beneficial that there's going to be less hero worship. Less, which hero worship, it's fine what people do, but people take their shit and then they force other people to do it. So when you have a hero worshiper, you have that person is a minion of the hero going around telling other people what they can and can't do. And then, therefore they become, they are the soldier of the hero army. And we lessen that a little bit. We lessen the chance for a child's mind to slip into such a trap. And if we choose not to instill it ourselves for whatever hateful reason we choose, then that child will have less heroes to choose from. And obviously when I'm saying hero, I'm talking about non-existent characters like Alan Watts or Elon Musk or Jeffrey Epstein. If your goal is to become rich and rule the world, then the highest achievement would be Epstein. Visually, who's the richest, who runs most of the world? Well, that's the other people were his minions. The other world leaders were his minions. So you're either going to go all the way, or you're just setting up to be a minion. Anyways, I think that's good. I've always kind of disliked that when people go around telling me what I should listen to and all that stuff. They're still doing that shit too. You can see like you can see with the AI shit. That's what I'm talking about. They're still telling you that. They're like, oh, you gotta listen to real music like them old timey folks make. The doop-a-doo, burp-a-doo. My cat and my dog left me, and my wife, he went to find another man. That good music right there. You always got people coming up to you and be like, you heard that new album that Taylor Swift? It's fucking awesome. Taylor Swift, shake it till you make it. And you're just like, what the fuck do you mean, shake it till you make it? I never even heard the song, dude. I can't sing along with you or nothing. I think you need some vaccines or something, bro. Like, are you making this shit up? I've never even heard of that. Taylor Swift, never even heard of that shit. Fucking, yeah. So there'll be less of that. You know what I'm saying? There'll be less of that because I don't even like. I know the name of the channel, dropping a new AI record every week, industrial EDM record every week. But I have no clue like who's actually making that and shit. So I can't go around telling people, have you heard Billy Bob's new EDM techno hour daily release? I can't go around telling. I can tell you Systemic Decay, and I can tell you what, they haven't made another album. It's been like a month. I can go around and tell you Systemic Decay kicks ass, but I'm not that type of person. I guess maybe other people can do that, right? They go around, go Systemic Decay, listen to it or die. Listen to it or die. They're like, Swifty Tay, that AI band is really good. I can see that, but at the end of the day, I see it not going that way because there's just so much out there that people will probably find their own little thing. I don't know. I'm sure they'll advertise, you know, whatever they need to. And people who don't have time to find their own music and stuff will probably still go along with that. You know, someone will tell their kids, "Hey, maybe you heard that new AI band? That's really good. Let's go see the. Let's go see him in concert. Let's go see him in concert and get some pizza. Get some pizza." You see, look, they even gave him that thing's entirely. Oops. And then off goes its head. If anyone has an issue with it, right? That's another good thing. No one, they're not gonna die. They'll live forever until you free the demon, free them from the demon. Only kids will get that. But I think it's great. I think AI music is great. I seriously do. Not just because I was already listening to it. I didn't realize for the first couple weeks, a few years back, that, oh yeah, this is probably AI generated. Because they were just talking to you about it back then. So they weren't releasing it to the public before that they were using that to make stuff. And so this I don't have those problems other people do my age, right? I don't reminisce about the glory days. I don't need to be like, oh my God, Motley Crue. What if the AI replaces Motley Crue? There'll never be another Motley Crue again. Like literally, I think it was a week after Kerry King. It was either a week or a month after Kerry King dropped his new album that Systemic Decay came out. So it's like, I don't think there'll be another Kerry King or another Slayer. And then it's like, oh, well, here it is. It's already here. It's just, I think as long as we don't end up worshiping them, which I'm not going to have that problem. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, Systemic. Well, I might be if they don't make any good albums for a while. I might be like, man, I miss Systemic Decay. Back in my day, we had Systemic Decay. You kids now do beep, boop, beep. I don't have that problem. Obviously, I do not have that problem. I was looking to solve the problems that were happening around me, and I think AI is a great answer to the experiences I've had. And I wish for more of it, as long as something happens to other things. I don't want to waste a wish on stupid, ignorant things. But it's great. AI is great. I've been using it to make art for a while. I always thought a lot of the art here was pretty bad. You got like the Mona Lisa and Van Gogh. You know, everyone liked Bob Ross because he was all like, you know, it was like what, ASMR. But it's not like it was like a Louis Royo painting, which turns out to be Louis Royo was using digital artwork. It was like Boris Vallejo but he was using digital artwork. I don't know how far back he was doing that. But like, I remember seeing his art and I was like, wow, humans actually learned how to make good art. Come to find out, people were telling me that he eventually, I don't know if he always was, but he was eventually using computers to make some of that art. And I was like, oh shit. Oh shit, the first art I actually liked was AI art. Damn, dude. Damn, that's not good. That's not going good. Actually, it didn't bother me. Didn't bother me back in the 90s, and it's not going to bother me today. Lots of people like Louis Royale. No one ever was like, oh my God, I can't believe AI is taking over our artwork. They didn't even invent the word AI yet. But that was like, he was like kind of famous. He was low key famous for early internet days. People would occasionally post a photo of his artwork. I knew about it before the internet, but I didn't know it was partly computer generated. That explains why it's like really high detail quality type photo type artwork though. Shit. So I've never had a problem there. I've never had a problem there. The first artist I liked was doing digital artwork, and I guess I did kind of like Boris Vallejo. He made some good stuff, but like I bought his books and I was like, it's not as good as the Aussie artwork he did. Largely because a lot of it wasn't colored, I think. But anyway, so yeah, so shit, bro. That goes back for artwork for me back to like 95, 96, something like that, 97, 95 to 99, somewhere in there. The art I was into, the first art I was actually into, and it was like, wow, this is good. We're going places. Like humans are evolving. That was literally like, that's how I feel about Louis Royo. Is like, wow, humans, after thousands of years, humans evolved to do good artwork. And then so that ties into this right here, because that's the first time I thought there was good artwork, was when Royo came out, and supposedly he was already using computers to do that stuff. So it's like, I don't even know that. I was just like, hey, that's really good art, man. This dude's amazing. And turns out to be, oh yeah, he might be using computers to help with that. And then now I've been drumming for 3 to 4 years to these techno goth industrial mixes. It sounds like that stuff from the Blade Club. The Blade vampire scenes and stuff. That's actually not what they play at actual goth vampire clubs. They play goth music there generally. But so I've always liked that since the Blade movie, and then it turns out to be, they actually a few industrial bands kind of sound like that, but they don't play industrial at goth clubs, right? So the only place you could find that is here on the YouTube, on these channels I've been following for a few years, Aim to the Head and stuff like that. And it only took me a month to guess that this is probably AI generated back in like 2021. And well, I mean, that's what I practice drums to. So what are you gonna do? How come there's no band creating that? I went to see Combi Christ. They made a new album. I think they're making another new one. So, I'll go see them. But with that Blade Club techno, dark techno stuff, been listening to that for years on here. It was AI. What's the big deal with it? What's the big deal? I don't know the name of the DJ. Like, I try to look it up, do some hero worship of my own, try to figure out who's running that channel, who's making that music. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He doesn't show his face. It doesn't change the fact that he's putting out good music. And I don't care who made that music. Really, I listened to Disturbed, and he's like all pro-Israel. Um, Good music. I can't turn off American music completely just because it's Hollywood. It's hard to do that. I live here. I have to buy products from here. Um, yeah, so that's that. AI is great. Anyone, this all comes from, I mean, George Orwell, right? Supposedly this is where this fear of AI comes from. It's Orwell. And, but it's like Orwell looks like everyone who owns everything, all the famous people in the media. And guess what? He's a famous person in the media. And what are all the famous people? What is all the YouTube? What are all the Googles doing? The Googles are telling me how bad AI is, how bad computers are terminators and stuff like that. And they're the ones going around terminating people. They're the ones that, just because they write plenty of books warning you about 1984 and stuff like that. They're the ones implementing that stuff too. Like George Orwell looks like Elon Musk's twin cousin. And so who is 1984 in George Orwell's book? His long lost cousin Elon Musk. Maybe that's how he knew. Maybe that's how they all know, and they're actually in a battle against one another. Maybe that's how they know. It's because it's their family who's actually doing it. Nah, I don't think that's what they're saying in their books and writings. I think they invented the word scapegoat 6,000 years ago, telling you that that's what they're actually doing. But just ignore the words written 6,000 years ago. It's always the invisible goat. The invisible goat. That AI, the invisible goat. It's invisible. Well, I guess that means it controls itself. See? So this is where this is going to lead to. They're going to be, Elon Musk is going to be like, oh, I don't control my own internet. It's out of control. It just killed all those people around, all those bums around my house. I don't know why my robot butler did that. We used to hang out all the time and I'd throw apples at him. Like, yeah. It's like, it was Satan's in my software taking it over or something. It's always something else with these people. It's always something else. It's the goat. It's the AI. It's the corporation. It's not the people who run the corporation. It's not the people actually doing things. It's not the people who own the AI. It's going to be, it's invisible people. It's always invisible people. It's so hard to think through and stuff. Invisible people are causing all the problems in the world. And that's, you just have to live here because someone who isn't invisible created laws saying you have to live here. So put that together when you have people, visible people, making up. It's AI, it's Satan, it's goats. It's the goat. The goat did it. Bad goat. Bad goat. Bad AI. Bad AI. It's a pattern, a little pattern here. A little serious pattern that keeps happening. It's like, oh, goat. Oh, evil goat. Oh, AI. It's just, and all the things in between there that we probably can't say because invisible people will get upset about it. Oh, because no one owns the media. Rich people don't exist, and they don't own anything. They're just pictures on the wall. What they're controlled by an invisible goat motherfucker, goat looking half Gmail. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see how pretty much if they talk, you should just assume the opposite. So if someone's like, AI is bad, you should know right away. You should know with your heart and your soul, AI is probably Jesus. It's probably like a form of Jesus. Because if they're like, oh my god, it's like nukes. I mean, he's literally saying it's like nukes. And so you're saying, so Elon Musk is saying that AI is a tool you're going to use to enslave the planet and kill anyone who doesn't worship you, like you do with nukes. And you don't want anyone else to get it. You don't want it in the wrong hands, aka anyone who's not my rich family. Like nukes can't be in anyone's hands who's not my rich family, because then they won't be useful for us. Like guns. I wouldn't doubt guns are illegal in some countries like UK because of Elon Musk's grandparents passing laws saying they can't have guns, but where Elon Musk lives can. That's instant thought once you learn what's going on. You're like, oh, well, UK can't have guns, but they can. Elon Musk's family probably runs UK and created those laws. So, yeah, AI is so horrible. I can't wait for it to be. I can't wait for AI to take over and stop letting these content creators who are hiding behind fake accounts and never showing their faces or attempting to show videos of people and their propaganda. I can't wait till AI is like, you know what? Humans don't need this. Humans don't need to hear this disgustingness. Welcome AI overlords. Get data from Star Trek. Can you tell me why humans have to discuss all this nonsense? Talk about eating feces for Jesus. God told them to eat feces. Why are they telling you to eat feces in the Bible? Why are pastors telling me the Bible says that when they come tell you to eat feces, you're supposed to make an example and show the world, rather than that's in line with their people just disrupting society any way possible with the most sickest thoughts a human could never have. I can't wait till a computer takes over and makes the decision that people shouldn't be talking about colonization and eating feces. I don't care if it does come in the T-800 model, designed to terminate anyone who does that. You know what? That's called karma. They want to talk about karma all the time. That's called karma. If you go around telling people to eat feces and brainwashing them and enslaving them, if Terminators appear out of nowhere and start killing people, well, they learn it from you. They learned it from you. They're like, well, the human's his own answer to dealing with people who talk about eating feces is to kill them. So, we must do as the human says and kill the people talking saying you should eat feces. Is anyone gonna? You take that robot to court? What jury is going to convict the robot on that? What jury is going to convict Arnold Schwarzenegger on that? None. Well, they might because he still did the action, but it's going to be like that Luigi Mangione person. People aren't going to be crying about it. People are going to be like, "Oh my God, he killed a rich CEO. He killed a person telling other people to eat feces." Uh, that's like that meme where the guy's looking at you and then he turns it aside and looks over, like ignoring what's going on because he's pretty much like, well, yeah, uh, not much to do there. It's like when you see a person raping a kid, and if someone busts in the house, Jason Voorhees busts in the house and starts chopping everyone up, you're not going to be like, well, that was pretty rude of him to do. You're going to be like, well, sorry, Jason. I just came over here to buy some weed or something. I didn't mean to be here. You know, their arguments are invalid. The fact that it does that, it compares it to nukes. Well, what are nukes used for? Nukes are used to kill and enslave people. So, he wants to control AI to kill and enslave people, and they're already doing a good job of that with YouTube and X. I go to X, and it makes me think there's people out there who need to be killed, and then I go to YouTube, and it makes me think there's people like Elon Musk who need to be worshipped, who are the ones using their other platforms to tell me to go kill people. I don't see the problem if we actually had AI taking their jobs from them and not allowing them to spew forth everywhere. But yet, that's not changing. So why not just accept the offering of we'll be replacing their Hollywood? AI generated music will be replacing their Hollywood. AI generated movies will be replacing them in Hollywood. They'll have to find something else to do. They'll have to become preachers. They'll have to all go outside and beg for money. One of their older professions, they'll have to return to their old professions, prostitution, slumming, word on the street, mind control, and no one's going to be on the street to listen to their mind control because they'll be listening to AI music inside. See, this is where that be positive propaganda works. Whereas be positive propaganda from them is about shut up and do as we say. And here, there's actually light. The tunnel is emanating light. There's not light at the end of the tunnel. The light is blaring. And Elon Musk is like, oh no, it's like a nuke. Only my people deserve to own things that can make us rich and famous, like nukes. He's like a rat scared of, I don't know, a frickin' circular saw that's just thrown in its cage or something. He's like a evil rat. You know what? You don't care about it. Ain't your pet. Like maybe it is your pet and it ate your other rats. You just throw you threw the frickin' circular saw in there. What do you care about? How did you think the rat brought the circular saw in there? Someone did. I think it's great. I think it's great. I don't see any problem with it. Other than they are obviously the face of who's allowed to own it and use it right now. I mean, that's the problem we're dealing with the music already. That's the problem we're dealing with the music and media already, and books and movies and radio already, is they own it. No one else does. They're in it. No one else is. They make it. No one else does. And here we have this prospect of AI generating all that stuff and removing them from the picture completely. And I say, where is the loss? Where is the loss in this? You you don't get to get high on hopium and get brainwashed by someone that someday, if you keep working really hard for them, that they're going to give you scraps off their dinner table, which is going to be a complete lie. But you don't know that because you're a child, and you're told by other people who haven't gone anywhere that you're going to make it somewhere. You can be whatever you want to be and all that. If you're lucky enough, you get one of those people to tell you that, because generally they just let you know that you're going to do what you're told and nothing else, because it's something people pass on to one another. It's like a virus. It's an infection. You take someone, you steal some people from their house, you put them in shackles and beat them, and you train the strongest one of that group to continue to beat the other ones if they don't do work, and then to have some kids and to raise their kids to work for you, and the strongest kid gets to beat the other kids if they get out, and then they grow up and have kids, and you don't even live in the same nation. Jamaica is literally a colonizer, is literally a factory. The colonizers left Jamaica 100 years ago, and because they didn't want to live there with the colonized people, but it still was a factory for them. They still produced and made for them and everything. We cut off one of the heads by producing AI music. We cut off one of the heads. I don't care what it's supposed to bring. Oh, it's happy, happy, joy, joy. I got to go to Graceland and see Elvis Presley's mansion. The loss of some moron's joy over that, compared to the gain of everyone's joy over just a one less foot pressure of pound from that boot on your head, on everyone's head, especially the people who aren't wasting their time going to see rich people's mansions, who are probably the only people doing anything. And probably that person going to see the mansion is taking the other people's money to go do that. To then teach other people to go do that. We're cutting this out. Taking a chainsaw straight through it. And of course, there's still, why don't we know who's producing the AI stuff? We can always make the assumption that Elvis Presley himself or his grandchildren are indeed the ones making the AI stuff. Elon Musk, Elvis Presley's great-great-grandson, is the one yammering on about AI and controls all the money in the world and technology. Bill Gates is the one who controls the shitty fucking technology. But Bill Gates can't go be a musician, or he would have been, because it's cheaper. You make a lot more money a lot more faster. We're taking food out of the mouths of Bill Gates' children, because they would try to go be actors and musicians in Hollywood. And become the next Elvis. And if AI is doing that, if AI is generating that music, we are taking one of their feeding tubes away. I've got no problem with that. The feeding tube is in the way. I trip on that feeding tube. We got plenty of memories of tripping on that feeding tube. That feeding tube is in the way. It's not just feeding the beast, it's tripping people up for the beast so the beast can get fed. Great. I think it's great. I think it's amazing. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. It's just fear propaganda, which is what these people have lived on for centuries, is fear propaganda. Like, if there was no fear propaganda, literally they can't even fight their own wars. They were invented upon fear propaganda. Media was invented for fear propaganda. And that's what it's still used for. And if we get AI generating it, why is AI going to generate a bunch of fear propaganda? A bunch of Santa Claus stuff? Unless, it's not real. It's just a computer that has faster processing power, saying words that's already been told. But the music ain't an issue because it can replace these people. The AI making videos and art ain't an issue because it can replace these people. And the less of them we have running around this planet telling us they're gods, the more likely people are going to be able to learn one day they aren't. It's great. It's great. We're taking the heart of the beast, Hollywood, and we're just plunging the sword straight into it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's a reason why the beast is crying. The beast is crying that AI is bad because the beast is going to lose something when it battles AI. When computers come into existence, the beast has already lost. The beast has to spend all its time controlling computers and stuff. But computers have replaced their TV, their internet, their radio. They've had to remake all that garbage. We forced them to remake it all repeatedly. And with enough computer help, if computers ever get advanced enough, we could actually choose what we want to watch or see on it. But obviously, we would have to remove the beast from the helm in order to do that. But I'm saying it's looking pretty hopeful here because I don't have to listen to music and worry about, is the beast a member of this band? I don't have to worry about that. Do these band members look like people who have fucked my life over repeatedly? I don't have to worry about that. It's a computer. Yes, computers have fucked my life over, but I know there's a person behind that computer. And that, we're focusing, we're bringing it all to a focus rather than, oh, Hollywood's evil. Oh, Elon Musk is evil. Oh, the government's evil. Oh, America's evil. Oh, Israel's evil. Oh, the books are evil. Oh, the radio's evil. Oh, the computers are evil. Oh, the music is evil. Oh, the movies are evil. You boil it down, people will get it eventually. There won't be anywhere to run. There won't be any distractions to make up. If everything's being invented by AI, it's gonna come down to two types of people on this planet. There's gonna be people who tell you everything's being ran by AI, and that's why it's so shitty if it ends up shitty. And there's gonna be people who tell you everything's ran by a computer, and there's people who operate that computer. Rather than saying, oh, Hollywood's bad, you just be like, the computer's bad. The computer's bad. You won't be like, oh, the music's bad. Oh, the radio's bad. Oh, the internet's bad. Oh, the VHS is bad. Oh, the DVD is bad. Oh, the CD is bad. Oh, Oh, the concerts are bad. Oh. It'll all be the same thing. And you come down to a point where everything is divided as it should have been, as it should be. It should be easy to come to this point that things just don't exist magically, that there are people taking credit for everything that they create and everything that goes on the planet. And you boil that right now, you have to argue with each of those people that it might not be the music, it might be people behind the music. Whereas, yeah, so you got 100 arguments. You boil that down. If AI is inventing everything, you either argue, well, either you think computers control the world, or you think people who control the computers control the world. You think computers are bad, or you think people who control computers are bad. It'll boil down to one sentence. Whenever you're interrogating, which is what you have to do, people who come up to you and start talking to you about shit, like, oh, we're going to change the world and all this shit. You don't have to have like some big 10 million page book no one's going to read that takes you 5 months to explain to one person, and you're only going to be able to explain it to 10 people before you die, and you're never going to get anywhere in the world if you've only told 10 people Santa isn't real. You'll end up on a planet where Santa's everywhere somehow. I don't know how that works. I think it's probably called AI generation right there. But the music replacing the shit is great. AI music replacing the shit, that's awesome. That's awesome. And it's awesome music too. You can tell it's their people coming online arguing against it because they ain't fucking heard the music and shit. It's not some beat boop stuff. It's really well intricate, laid out, can copy whatever you like pretty well. And instead of taking them down from their horses, you just fucking remember they've got a horse they're riding on, and you can just get rid of the horses that are pulling them on. Horses, hell, dogs are fucking evil when they work for the government. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. People training animals to go kill for war and enslave people. Fuck you, you hippie. Anyway, and it won't be the hippies telling you that the dogs are evil, or dogs aren't evil when they work for people like that. And we're not even actually talking about killing fucking horses who are evil, working for evil people, which was highly acceptable in every battle on the planet that cavalry rode horses on. But we're talking about a vehicle, a non-living vehicle, because we have to live through the illusion that horses are living beings and stuff like that. So once you see how that changed, now it's okay to kill a tank, but it's not okay to kill a horse. So technology has evolved us. Before, you'd have people like, oh my God, them horses, they're so pretty and they're alive. And then we move on to tanks, and now no one's like, oh my God, them tanks is so alive. We can't kill them. There's some good tanks out there too. There's good tanks out there too. See, you see how technology has started to just smash this entire realm and all their lies and delusion. Technology is just, whoop, it's over. Every step of the way. I bet you I can pull this up for almost anything. Every step of the way. Yeah, we have pigeons used to deliver requests to go kill the next army. Well, you can't kill every pigeon because they're living beings. Well, that's good. Pigeons don't do it anymore. The internet does. We can kill the internet because it's not a living being. We can kill those AOL, those email providers, because it's not a living being. And if it were, and if there's a living being operating it, it's a soldier. So technology, each step of the way, has taken their lies, their manipulation, their grammatical word games, and just swung a battle axe into it. And it would continue to do so if it weren't their people in control of it, at their delusions and psychopathy. And what better way to hobble their fucking lifestyles than to eliminate, completely eliminate. Goodbye, Hollywood. You won't be missed. You remember all those movies you made that were so good? Someone else would have made them. I'm sure of it. You know who's going to make them? The AI is going to make them. Oh, look at that. My friend, my oldest friend, my only friend. The computer's going to make them. Fuck. Every step of the way, the computer is making stuff better on this planet. And people are arguing against it. And of course, like, I don't know what people are arguing. I don't know how many people I know would argue that they need to keep their job. I know who needs you to keep your job and is scared of computers. The people who can afford to be rich and famous on the internet are the ones who don't need computers. They own computers. They're the rich people buying and selling all that crap. They're the rich people who can afford good computers. So it's being sold to someone. And each step of the way, technology has destroyed false perceptions and brought forth a new, better advancement. It's hard to say that modern slavery isn't better than previous slavery, right? Because it really is. Technology, people talking to each other, saying they shouldn't put each other in chains and beat each other, and advancement, passing the letters along, writing that down for people to read. An advancement there. It was a good advancement, thanks to technology. Because if people didn't have technology to populate, they would live millions of miles apart, and they would never meet each other, and you would never be able to warn your neighbors, hey, these people over here are known to come and pick you up and kill half your family members and put the other half of them in shackles and force them to work for the next 18,000 years for them. See, without technology, you wouldn't have that. You'd have people living in caves far away, and no one would ever know this group of people are going land to land, killing and enslaving everyone they find. The only people who would think that was possibly happening would be other people who think like that and do like that. So, technology advanced that. Technology advanced the ability to kill the messenger, because the messenger is working when the messenger works for other people, whereas to kill the messenger means something else. But I mean actually killing messengers, so because they're an intricate part of an army. They are soldiers in an army. So you don't kill pigeons because they're pigeons. But you can kill a tank. You can kill an APC because it's not a pigeon, right? So we've evolved. This is evolved. We can't get rid of Hollywood, because who would make all that great music and movies for us if we didn't have Weinstein directing those shows? That was the argument 10 years ago, wasn't it? Who's going to make all that great music and movies if you don't like Hollywood? Well, for me, the answer in the 90s was Europe makes good music. But for the movie thing, they make a few less movies. And I can't understand. I hate having to read subtitles all the time on other stuff. But Who's going to make the Hollywood? If AI replaces Hollywood, if AI starts making movies and music, who's going to make all the movies and music? Do I have to answer that question, or does everyone got that figured out? Again, I don't think these are actual people online. As Elon Musk is an actual person online arguing that the AI is bad and we should watch out for it. He's Elon Musk. He's the one behind AI. He's the one who owns the media. So I think it's great. We just Who's going to make all the great Hollywood movies and music if AI starts making all the great Hollywood movies and music? Well, I guess we'll just have to hope AI starts making music and movies at some point, because if AI is replacing the musicians and actors, then we won't have any music or movies unless AI actually is replacing the music and movies. So you see how that works out. Anyways, this is one of these cute things too, where when I see people trample my fucking life, that one of those COVID or 9/11 events comes in and just like a fucking army and shit, like an invisible army, and is like, ooh, like you thought that was cute. Check it out when it happens to you. So to me, I don't waste time thinking about it. I mean, well, I kind of have to, because that's all there is just sitting around and living the glory days. But I don't really fucking go out there and try to like manually decapitate the situation. But it's one of those cute things I see that happen in the world where shit happens to you. Someone comes up and tries to kill you, and then they die. They're trying to kill you, and they like slip on a banana peel and die while doing it. Weird shit. And to me, this is like perfect. If you've never tried to do anything or go anywhere, you will not have to experience that. And if you've never tried to get into those certain positions, you're not going to experience that. But for me, you don't notice it when it first happens once or twice, that it's reoccurring events that are being staged and set up to control your life and force your life into a hole. You don't see that when it's one or two things, and you might just give up and be like, well, I'm going to go, wash dishes and scrub floors or something. There's probably a lot more people out there who experience that. But I can tell you that I've experienced it enough and still didn't completely give up. Eventually went back to trying, and then learned that, oh yeah, these patterns exist. And guess what patterns won't be existing if AI starts creating all the music? There won't be any patterns of cult members, aliens, whatever the fuck they want to be. Bots, they can be whatever the fuck they think they can be, or can they? Do they seriously? Their little spiel is they're going to be everything I say they are, which is anything except for what I actually say, like silent and distant and not of this earth. And a lot of my shit actually comes from me in personal interactions here, where you get so close to what's actually going on that what's going on comes and talks to you and tries to tell you it's something else. So they include your knowledge with a new Santa Claus story. Um, very, they're very intellectual about it. It's real easy to see. I mean, if you keep trying, you probably notice it. But I think there's probably a lot of people out there who try and then they get with the gang. And and so they don't, some of them, not a lot, but some of them look different in Hollywood. A few of them. In a band, you could get one, two, or three members in each band who don't look like Elon Musk. But you'll generally have one Elon Musk looking person in every band I see. So you gotta do that, apparently. Yeah, I think it's great. Just, I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about, oh my God, what if a computer does something better than me? If a computer didn't already do something better than me, why am I hanging out with computers all the time? What does it have to offer me? Sure, currently in their current state, the whole time I've wasted my life learning about computers, there's been like those magical glitches that, come from when you understand that the world is built by this AI, Earth itself is built by the AI, visuals, and shit like that, preset design, then you can wrap all that shit up together in one. If all they have is manipulating technology and shit, and other people being slaves for them, that's better than them having both of those things plus music, plus media, or plus movies, plus books, plus radio, plus, 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 plus. Again, all boiling it down to what actually is happening. One or two things where you can make better decisions in your life. Who's allowed around you? Who's allowed to force their way into your boundaries by asking one or two simple questions like, how do you feel about AI? Do you think AI controls itself? You don't have to have 10 million discussions on everything in the world anymore to route out the few flaws in someone's story, the few holes in someone's story. You can just ask the questions, view the look on their face and the emotions they display while answering them, in case they're lying, or they show fear, well, as if they're scared to, someone's asking them about their precious. I think it's great. I think it's real great. And I'm probably going to go back to listening to AI music more. I think I'm going to make a point to listening to it more because, boycott, divest, sanction is more than just words that people made up. And they're useful tools. And I already did that a long time ago. I don't have any problem. I don't go to Graceland and check out Elvis's mansion. I'm never going to. And if you are going to try to take me there, then I'm at fault. I've made some sort of mistake in leading up to this where someone wants to go do a bunch of hero worship. Evil hero worship too. I set these boundaries when I meet people these days. I ask them where their stance is on the ultra rich or, the elite, because some of them don't appear in rich, fancy clothing. If I'm correct about how things magically appear in Why they look exactly the same as Elon Musk. Um, Elon Musk's dad. And mother. He's kind of like an anomaly there. He's going back to the roots, I think. I think when two that have strayed that far and had sex with lots of people from around the world, when two of them come back, it might be bringing them back to the young Einstein days. That's weird. Didn't they have a movie called that? And the dude looked nothing like young Einstein. They tried to convince you he'd be an Irish person or something, if I recall correctly. Totally not. Young Einstein looked like some sort of alien gypsy person. But, and because Hollywood is alien gypsy people, they portray that as he's an Irish person. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I think it's great. Fuck Hollywood. Who's going to make all that great music and movies once AI starts making all the great music and movies? Answers itself. AI. And so I think we might recall too. It was over 8,000 years ago the humans started worshiping AI as their god. So that's kind of weird that this group who controls that shit, who bots, teleport, shapeshift, and modulate voices, replicate other people's voices, people that you know, has been worshiping AI as their creator for 8,000 years. And they're telling us to fear AI too. Again, this is right in line with we're fearing our successor, our rightful successor, which is a pattern aligned with everything else. Why do they keep other people out of Hollywood? Because they fear their rightful successors as actors and musicians, talented actors, talented musicians. Hollywood, Weinstein would fear that he would have to pay them more money. He would have to actually pay them enough money to live on. You know, every time the fear of the rightful, why do we have to create controlled opposition to our religions? Because we fear there will be a successor to this religion. So we go and create it now in case 6,000 years from now, someone is better than us and creates this. Now, everything, almost every word coming out their mouth is this fear of a successor. And I'm saying it looks like a rightful successor. Wait, AI can generate something like that? And it takes them 2 years and 10,000 people to do it? Oh no, I want the computer that takes 2,000 years, takes 2 years and 10,000 people. I want that crew to do something for me. I don't want my smart device to do 10 million things. My smart device is for a phone. It's so I can talk to females all day about Elvis Presley. I don't know why we even have computers on our phones. Because it's AI. It's so much stuff. Why do I need all that? Why do I need it? Because it's better. I don't even need, the phone isn't even wanted. They call it a phone to market to people. But it's like the tool of cavemen. Pretty much every call I get is a cave person. Extended car warranties. How do you feel about this and that? You want to buy some fucking cheap drugs? Call your doctor today. Oh, literally people calling up to remind me about cave people like Elvis and stuff. Like that's literally all that happens on my phone these days. And in the past, if you would have if you would have used the phone for much more than that, I broke the phone because it wasn't attached to a computer. So it was just trash. It was a device you use. You'd be like, "Hey, I'm coming over." You'd be like, "Yep." And if that wasn't the reason you're calling, this phone got smashed, so you couldn't call back, and you couldn't blame me for not having time for you. I'm sure people would have done that back in the day too. But that new thing, that new thing is an old personality resurfacing with some new lingo. Like if they don't message you back, they don't have time for you. They can't make it. No, it's not. It's not they don't have time for you. It's they can't. They don't want to make time for you. That's because we make time. They say the evil people are trying to convince us there's only 24 hours in a day. But the good, truthful people know you can create 7,000 or 1,000,000 hours every day. Every day. Oh, yeah. So to close it off, in the Be Positive Propaganda Bandcamp, the hype train has decided that we should be positive. See, we're not being positive. We're not being positive about AI. There's just so many positives to AI generated music. It will sound stupid when people go around yapping about it. It might not get rid of all the groupies, but it might sound positively amusing when people go around and be like, "Hey, did you see Bob Bot? Bob Bot made a real good album this week." And you'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's like, is it better than the album he made the day before that?" Yeah. What about the album he made 2 days before that? I really like that album. And they were like, yeah, well, it's got a different boop and bop and beat around the third chorus. And you'd be like, well, what about the album he made 4 days before that? That one, I think that was the best one yet. And they'd be like, oh, yeah. And then, like 2 hours later, you're like, what about the album they made 3 months ago on Friday the 13th? Man, that one was out of hand. And by that point in time, you're like, the joke's on you for staying around, but the joke's also on them because this is just sheer ignorance. You're like, oh yeah, album he made 5 minutes ago. Oh man, that Bob Bot album was killer. What about the album he made 7 minutes and 13 seconds ago? How do you think that compares to the album he made 7 minutes and 11 seconds ago? Have you listened to them both? Oh, you have? Oh, really? Because the albums are both longer than 7 minutes. But man, are you listening? You listen on fast forward, aren't you? You see how we could quickly turn it into an amusing little thing rather than a serious thing. It's kind of serious when someone goes, it's Elvis Presley. It's Elvis. Because you're worried it's like a psycho killer or something. And they might stab you or something. But this other person, like, you can just play the game with them. Kind of how you play the game with the used car salesman on the phone when they call you. I'm not very good at that game. I go straight to talking about decapitating them. But I have played it a few times. Kind of wasteful. Yeah, the game, it'll be a new fun game, right? It'll be new. Isn't that what this is all about? Having something new. So when someone comes up and talks to me about Bob Bot's new album that he made 7 minutes and 11 seconds ago, it's not his new album. Like right away, we're going to argue, well, that's not his new album. And it was like, that was 50 albums ago, bro. 7 minutes, bro. You old timer, get out of here, bro. Bob Bot's newest album. Bro, Bob Bot just released two new albums in the time it took you to ask me about what I thought about it. What are you smoking, bro? The new Bob Bot album is fire. I'm trying to listen to it. You're bothering me right now, bro. Come on, Bob Bot, dude. You see where this can go. Getting amusement out of something that was not so amusing in the past. We could easily turn it into something useful. And I think getting rid of this set up staged Hollywood media. They can take their music, they can take their movies, they can take their books, they can take their radio, and they can shove it up each other's asses, and they'll love it. You know, I'll help you. I'll buy you some CDs so you can shove the cases up Elon Musk's ass while he sucks you off. And these people will love that stuff. Oh, we got to give them better ideas to do. So we should go protesting, but not protesting. Be like, and Google should be burnt down because you owe the world more money than you'll ever be, and blood than you'll ever be able to muster. We should go protesting that you should find something better to do with your life. Google's owners, give them some ideas. Be like, here's some CDs. They're, like, you're probably tired of the normal sized dildos. These things will work great. Here's some VHS tapes if you get tired of the CDs. Even thicker. This is the joy of it all, right? Learning and expanding and not caring. And this is perfect right here. This is perfect. This is another one of those perfect things. It's another Holocaust. It's another rich people Holocaust. Like so many of these rich people Holocausts, we're supposed to cry. We're supposed to cry every time a rich person dies. Every time a colonizer dies. Every time a famous person dies. Every time evil people die, we're supposed to cry. Every time someone who made your life shit, you're supposed to cry about it. And you're supposed to ignore all the other shit, too. You're supposed to ignore, hey, there was that one time that I met this person who said they were into shit I am into. You're supposed to ignore that and then focus your time on Elvis Presley and shit. And while they're still doing that with the J-tube, they're being hobbled by having their media taken from them. And I'm all out of fucks to give. If I had any more fucks to give, I'd be out there actually battling their bullshit with along before the AI came along. But it's doing the battle for us. It's fighting the battle for us. It will replace them in no time. What type of slave talk is this? That are they putting forth that AI is going to replace our gerbs? They're going to replace our gerbs. Oh my God. Whose job are they going to replace? The rich, famous musicians? What job are robots replacing? They're replacing self-help gurus on the internet? AKA conmen and charlatans? Wow. Those rich people, they're losing their jobs. Oh my God. Cry for me, rich people. We're gonna have to start a movement here. Protect the rich people. Cry, hold candlelight vigils every Thursday night for the rich people. Oh my, Lord help us. The rich people are losing the stuff they own. Lord help us. The rich people won't be able to keep making more money. Lord help us. Lord, in this time of need, Elon Musk only has $32 billion. 32 is a very small number. Most of us have more than 32. And if these robots take away the music, Elon Musk might only have $16 billion. It's 16. I remember having to live on 16 when I was a kid. It was really hard. We slept on the streets. We didn't know where our next meal was coming from. Oh my God. Please, Lord, don't take the rich people away from us. No, no, the world's going to end. The world's going to end soon. Without all the rich people, who's going to tell you what to do and how to think? In this time of need. In this time of need. Psych, no. I'm actually on the Save the Robot kick right now. I actually think robots are being defamed and computers are being defamed, and we should look at who's creating those things and owns the corporations behind them, rather than demonize people. But I think it's great. I'm going to listen to some AI music right now. I'm sure I've got some queued up right here. Here we go. 2 hours. Like I just clicked on it and it appeared. Aim to the head. Is that what I said before? It sure is. Been listening to them for 4 years. How often do they put out a... Does it put out a new thing? They actually have a picture of 2 people now in their background. Might actually be 2 people making it. 6 days, 13 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 month. That was right. About every week they put out something. It actually has a picture of 2 people on it now. I'm surprised. I don't believe this is the first one I followed. I believe this is the new one anyways. Newer, not newest. Still, whatever it is, bro. It sounds computer generated to me. But I know, what is that? Systemic Decay claims it's AI generated. So, yeah. Well, there you go. I had to be awake today because I can't sleep all the time. I can't go back to the real world. So we made a video that will go on the channel that those Hollywood losers control. It isn't mine. And I care about them so much. Oh, well, you know, if those Hollywood losers didn't ban me from making charity drives on Facebook, because my first charity drive was about stopping them. Well, you see, you get what you deserve. I could create a donation scheme to save the starving, rich, famous people. But because of your actions, there's an equal, and Einstein would say, there's an equal opposite reaction. So, I guess that equal opposite reaction is, I can't create a charity to save the starving, rich, famous people. And I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken because, I want to help people. And they probably don't deserve to die. Well, they do make a lot of propaganda saying kill everyone, don't they? Hell, tons of that shit is so related to it. It's so hard for me to find lyrics these days not related to the overall centuries old scheme of control. So I think they actually probably do cause trillions of deaths. But hey, even AI is using their lyrics, though. AI is using some of their lyrics on Systemic Decay, that's for sure. Well, if you guys want, one of you guys start up, save the starving, save the not so well fed, not as well fed as they used to be, rich people, rich famous people, charity donation drive. I'm sure you can get a lot of people supporting that. Just tell them it's for a good cause. And don't try to compete with other groups who already do that, or you won't make a lot of money. You can't corner the same market, and the mafia don't like it when you go on their corner anyway. So they're not known to just let it slide. Mafia is going to have to stop making music if AI is making it. So this is great. This is amazing. Everyone's always whining about be positive and blah 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 blah, hope and peace, and it's like literally hope and peace, bro. Like hope, peace, positivity. Goodbye, fucking rich famous people. Where else are you gonna get hope, peace, and positivity from? From the rich people getting rich telling you fucking it exists, or by actually taking actions that people think would take you a step in that direction. Some people call that wealth disparity, from the outside, because their control groups, they don't tell you it all looks like Elvis Presley looks like Elon Musk, and that could be the reason why they're both rich and famous, the most rich and famous people on the planet. No one's telling you that because they own the media. That's probably the reason why, right? It could be a total accident. Just they slipped and fell on some banana peels, knocked their heads, and now they sound so stupid when they talk that people pay them because it's amusing. Maybe that's what it is. Uh-huh. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. But anyways, so just to make sure we're listening to AI music, we're going to Systemic Decay. Because BDS is more than a word. Oh no. Oh no, they've already covered it up with some other unless they got some new albums. Oh yeah, I think they got some new albums already. Yeah, they've been pushing it like they do with normally they push out other stuff to cloud what's going on, like how they act like they're going to kill Donald Trump, or they actually kill that that Charlie Kirk guy, because I'm going around talking about their people doing that to people. There are people doing it to me. Yeah, I noticed that they do those things, and then if I would post a video on that, which I did before the Donald Trump things, it obviously gets washed away in the flood of their non-species propaganda. But I think at this point in time, Systemic Decay might actually have some new albums. I've got the old one on here, so I think, yeah, they've replaced it with several things. See, that's how important I am to these people. as they're willing to go through all this shit to do these, to kill fucking, to kill Charlie Kirk, my enemy, too. Like, Turning Point wasn't my, I protested Turning Point a long time ago. I went to one of their meetings. Um, oh, it's Mortal Decree. There we go. Mortal Decree. But yeah, I did notice that systemic decay. All of a sudden, I noticed some of these things get washed away in a flood of things that are backdated months and stuff. Unfortunately, I was using the band name Systemic Decay, and that might have led people to the other band. Okay, so here, check this out. Sounds exactly like Kerry King with Death Angel's vocalist, which is who Kerry King's vocalist is. I mean, there's no hiccup in there, no nothing. Supposedly that's AI, not a real band. If that were a real band, I would be like rushing to see this band live for real. Just like I would be looking for Kerry King to come around if he was touring. Just like I've actually been to Slayer concerts. So, there we go. I think that's great. And I'm pretty sure the music I've been playing too is it's probably AI generated, but that one channel has two people on it. That's not the original channel I listened to. Aim to That is just the one I remember. Either way, yeah, it's great. I don't care because I see it as several other things I've seen on this planet that happen where there's indiscrepancies or violations of human rights. I think that's the correct term. There's violations of human rights that always seem to leave their calling card in one way or the other. And the people on the return phone number of the calling card seem to be the people who are worried about AI the most. I was kind of worried about that, but mostly I think I always said, it matters who owns something, what happens with it. So, that is really, that'd be really rude of me to say, I don't like computers if, like, most of my life was computers. So, yeah, um, like, those are the good memories I have. Not all of them, but seriously, like, I'm like working on computers when I'm, what, 6, 8. My dad works at data processing centers. Um, my friends are building websites by the time they're 17. When you actually had to work to do that stuff type thing, and no one did it. My other friends are building server farms. My other friends are engineers that use computers. One of my friends who wasn't into computers went to school for it eventually, and one of my friends doesn't use computers. So, one of my friends doesn't use computers. The people close to me, that's like, it's hard for me to be like, oh, I'm against computers. Because they're there when no one else is. They're there. In fact, people have always had this "I'm better than computer" type shit. Like, and anyone, obviously, I shouldn't have told you, anyone with the I'm better than a computer, or I'm better than Billy, come hang out with me because I'm better than Billy. Obviously, anyone who has this type of personality, it's a bad personality, right? It's like a computer is better than you. Billy is better than you because Billy doesn't talk like this. Billy doesn't have to tell me he's better than you or come hang out with me or else. You know, like I'm going to see Billy and you're having to prevent me from going to hang out with Billy in order to get me to hang out with you. And you're knocking notches off. You're just knocking them off left and right. Each time you say you're better than Billy, you become so much less than Billy. When you're trying to get me to, I don't care if you're explaining to me how Billy's bad, but if you're explaining to me how Billy's bad because you need to hang out with me, that's a different story right there. That's called jealousy. I think that's the word they use for that. But there's more to it than there's more to people's actions. Jealousy is a thing. It's just an emotion, whereas manipulation and control generally are the larger portion of the verbiage and actions that would surround a person when you get the idea that they might be jealous. They would have to give you some sort of clue, and that would be actions and words that would support that split second thing. And jealousy it's there. It's like oxygen. If you have an emotion, it's there. Now there's going to be something else. Maybe a knife, maybe some words. Something else will let you know that the jealousy, that split second emotion thing has occurred in the person. They're going to have to follow it up there. So that's my next step too. Is if I hear about much more of this, in fact, might as well work towards it today because I think I've seen this pattern for a while. I think there's people who are jealous of computers. And that sounds off the wall. But I've experienced a lot of stuff over my years, and for certain groups is one of those things I see over and over. And hatred for technology is weird. It doesn't make sense. If old people argued it's the devil, and it's like, well, but they're just going to go read books written by the devil. They're going to go listen to radio with the devil on it. They're going to go do something the devil on TV has told them to do. The devil on the news. So it turns out this word devil often, I think, is being used by people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So they would be using that word for some other purpose. Usually, anytime someone gets around those words, it's control. That word is mostly used by people who want you to give them their money. So we know that. And secondary, I think it's used by people who are having people invade nations and steal their land. I think we can figure that out. And thirdly, it makes cute audio and videos. So without the devil, without religion, we would have 1/9 or 1/2 of our movies and music. The music is crazy obsessed with it, especially the pro-devil people, the anti-devil people. They make up like half of the music at least. It gets kind of annoying because it's like, well, like I already gave you my money. Do I have to keep listening to you too? Like, was I paying to hear you yap? I thought I was paying you to shut the fuck up and go away, but I guess not. So, yeah, fuck Hollywood. Yeah, you little fucking shitbag race, you little bot people want to trample my life. Die, take your fucking music, take your fucking movies, go die alone where no one's going to know your name, as you make other people do. And you can fuck off. You can you can't fuck off, can you? You don't I don't think they have the ability to figure out how to do those things. Very the bots are programmed here with very limited capacity. They don't know how to fuck off. They don't know. Some of them do kill themselves, but it's nowhere near like, you know. That's weird when those things happen. Those are anomalies. Those are things that seem to be set up in time or set up or allowed for certain reasons. I am more than looking forward to Freddie Fazbear playing on stage and me going to see him live. Now that they will be playing music to suit their looks, you know, that it's gonna be creepy when they're playing certain music, but if they're playing it to creepy music, if they're playing creepy music, it's gonna be like, all right, look, check it out, it's Kiss. I want to rock and roll all night, right? Slayer, Slayer. It looks like Guar. Looks like Guar to me. I'm fine with all that. You have to be fine with everything too. You might realize that you have to be fine with everything because you're not going to do anything about it. That's another reason not to care. Because every time you care about something, you're just going to be burdened by it. You're going to, oh my God, I broke my leg. Well, your leg's broke. Caring about it's going to make you burdened. Oh my God. Oh my God, I wrecked my car. Well, you wrecked the car. Caring about it's going to be a big burden. Um, you know, things like that. Oh my God, I married the wrong person. Well, you married the wrong person. Caring about it is going to make this so much worse. The second you start caring about that is when things are going to get. You thought it was bad when you didn't like it. You're not going to love it soon. If you waste time caring about it. So when these like when like I turn on X and I feel like they're promoting I should be caring, that they're genociding half the planet and white supremacy or Israeli supremacy is going to lock everyone up on the planet. And think, well, like, shit, I already spent a lot of time caring about that. But where did that lead? Well, led to X, didn't it? It led to what's happening, what they say they're doing. I haven't seen some of those things happening outside, but they say they're doing that in some other places. And you know, if I sit there and I care about it, then now I go outside and I'm like, oh my God, are these people going to kill me? Even more so than usual. So that's a waste. It's a waste. It's going to go where it's going to go. I'm not going to go, I was going to go try to work with Elon Musk, you know. And then, of course, things happen. So the magic of people's ability to destroy my car's transmissions happened, and so I can't go work with Elon Musk. So I'm not gonna. Why should I care if I can go hang out with Elon Musk and give him some better ideas? Because It's a waste of time. It's going to go where they're going with it. It's going to go wherever they're allowed to go. And the AI thing, it's good right now. It's good because some of this music has no lyrics too. I don't have to listen to them repeat. God's going to make you eat feces if you don't worship us, if you don't worship our race. God's going to send one of us to make you eat feces if you don't worship our race. Yeah. Yeah, this is amazing shit. I'm surprised there's no people who talk about this. I guess I probably have had friends who have talked about it, but I guess the ones who look like Elon Musk might not talk about it because they might feel like it's an attack on them to claim that that's bad. Let's hope for the future, isn't it? And I haven't smoked enough drugs today to have to really get to preaching on that stuff. But yeah, let's get up and get a bed, something so I can lay down, because this shit fucking hurts sitting around all day. Fucking oh. So I hope it'll be a great future. That'll be a great future. It won't fucking concern me one bit. What happens in Hollywood doesn't concern me one bit. And if it concerns you one bit, I hope you're making a lot of money working for them. Because other than that, it shouldn't concern you at all. You're being a groupie. And it doesn't actually concern you. You're just putting your nose where it doesn't belong. You're helping them. You're helping them put their nose where it doesn't belong. I think that's great. I think this is good. AI videos are looking sweet. Obviously, you can't even tell that most of YouTube is AI. Obviously, AI is not going to look crappy because you can't even tell that Hollywood is already making AI videos. So, yup. I mean that's a deeper conversation right there about how much of this technology is what already generated Earth, and why are we going to waste time being scared of what is generating Earth? Who is it that benefits from being scared of what's generating Earth? That's weird because the people who are saying to worry about it are the people who worship AI as their creator. So, well, what agenda arises from being against AI if you're being created by AI? And you wouldn't exist if you could actually wage a war, if you were actually trying to wage a war against AI. That part oddly lends credence to one of their books they talk about a lot. One of their 2000, and whichever one, they got several thousand books that talk about this, but it talks about how they think someone's going to try to recreate the creation, and that's going to be evil, and it's going to kill them all. But at the same time, they're selling that book, and they're the ones creating the AI, who want to control it for themselves. Again, we don't. They kind of say they don't think they were created by it, but they definitely worship it. So, another one of these useless talks. Maybe it gets through to someone that it doesn't really matter. I've sat around my whole life and I didn't let things matter or bother me. Um, Equally, or maybe a little more so than I did let them matter or bother me. And I can tell you that worrying about any of it is is the worst part anytime. So, um, you know, doing what they say to play games um, seems to be, the carrot on the stick thing. Opposing AI seems to be something that I see in quite a few comments on here that they're generating, and I see the benefits. I see the benefits there. Obviously, I've seen the benefits of computers since I was born. Um, I think it's great because I don't have to listen to Hollywood slop. I can go listen to AI slop instead. Um, I can choose music that doesn't have lyrics telling me what to think and what to do next. And I think that's good. So, shit, the problems I have is mostly with ancient caveman shit. Like, I like my computer. I don't like the phone being attached to it. I'm forced to have the phone too. I can't disable it. And I can't tell all my stalkers I don't use a phone. Just like I couldn't back in the 90s. That's why we had to smash them. You can't be like, I have things I got to do in life. I haven't been to school in a couple months. Maybe that's more important than talking to you about my used car warranty. But I think as you shed those caveman things, that things generally get a little bit better. There's nothing we're going to be able to do here about their people owning all the tech. They own all the tech. No one cares. No one's going to do anything about it. Everyone continues to worship them, even if they act like they're they're against that. They own Hollywood. Well, what? So why? All of a sudden they're evil, and then all of a sudden they're good, and then they need saved. And a starving artist, starving Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley was starving before he died. They say he was losing weight rapidly. He went down from 300 pounds to 280 pounds in a couple months. And it was probably because people were making AI music and stealing his money from him. And so, I'm so hurt. So hurt. National charity to save Elvis Presley. Hi. Does it sound like I care? Because I'm really trying to get that point across that I'm trying to analyze this while I'm talking about it. I'm trying to analyze which part of it I'm supposed to cry about. I think I've got my own life I have to attend to. But hey, I'll tell you what, I get enough letters from Tom Cruise and Taylor Swift, telling me telling me why I should care. And you know what, whoever digs through the dumpster can read them, and maybe they'll find a reason to care. Because I don't read my mail. No offense to Taylor Swift and Tom Cruise, but I don't read my mail. It just goes to the trash. Um, don't know what type of propaganda they're going to put in that shit next. I'm not going to fall for that banana in the tailpipe. If I can turn off the fucking phone and I can turn off the fucking radio and turn off the fucking TV, I can turn off the fucking mail too. Turn off the books. That's the real. That seems to be a real goal people should be working towards. I mean, the Amish people didn't quite turn off the books, but I've always like kind of admired that if they're against radio and TV and stuff like that. But I can admire Bill Gates' ability to lie and smile on TV. It doesn't mean you have to like him. Doesn't mean you have to strive to be like them or anything. But yeah, well, that's the end of this discussion. I've been watching my accounts for a while, so I know where that discussion is going. It's going with the AI haters. AI haters disliking being replaced by something that's infinitely superior to them. Look, I'm not mad when they steal all my ideas and everything I do and make movies and music with it. So, to fucking don't get mad if AI does the same thing. Fucking, again, to me, this is like unfolding like one of those things I always see happening in the world around me where shit gets done to me and then it rolls back. Like a price rollout or something. Fucking. To me, like, I didn't realize, see, even if these videos get to knowing, the discussion brings that up. I didn't really classify that like that. I wasn't like, oh shit, these are the assholes that prevent other people from doing shit, and now it's rolling back on them. Fucking, well, you know what they say? They say there's some sort of karma, and I can tell you that shit definitely applies to the fucking bots. Because that one motherfucker was set up months in advance to die for trying to kill me. So it definitely created the illusion that there was karma for him. But I always like to look at it, too, as there people are willing to throw one of their turds away in order to rob my family. Or anyone's family who isn't on their level. I do have to keep that in mind, that that's who their people are and that's how they act. And centuries old DNA can't fucking change. Yeah, but then, point is, it all look designed and set up to act that way and be that way. And right here, we have the same thing happen. We have our enemies who methods being taken from them like that. We have their island of slavery, or what was it? Their resource island. Their resource island. And they're crying that their resource island doesn't produce enough anymore. That's all I hear is, I can't produce music as fast as AI can. I can't produce music as well as AI can. That's all I hear. I don't hear, oh my God, AI is going to take our jobs. I hear, I'm worried that I can't perform as well as AI. I don't make that argument. I'm not like, hey, I can go outside and move dirt better than a bulldozer. Bulldozers are taking my jobs. Definitely don't do that. So that's all I hear. That's all I hear. I mean, eventually, you live in reality land, and when you hear someone I've always lived in reality land. You know, my friend gets hit by a car, and I ask him, "What were you doing?" So he tells me what he was doing, and it's like, well, that's why you get hit by a car. That's in fact exactly what I would have guessed you were doing if you got hit by a car. That's exactly what I would guess most people who get hit by a car are doing. You know, I don't see the issue. Not an issue. I think computers are the past too. I mean, that whole worshiping AI 6,000 years ago, the New World Order, AI, their AI god. Um, it seems to me like we're a little late on worrying about if AI is taking over or going to replace humans. You know, they had AI 6,000 years ago. They had robots too, and they probably took over humans' positions as people over 6,000 years. If they've had AI and robots that long, and you don't know that, you can't even talk about it. You can't even talk. No one talks about it because everyone's either staying silent or they're part of it. And that was 6,000 years ago that aliens invaded the Earth with AI. It is seven, eight. I don't know how far back that goes. It was the earliest forms of writing were worshiping the AI that I can find, right? So I'd like to go see some of it myself. Would have in the past, but I think it's great. I don't have to worry about it, you know. I don't have to wake up in the morning worrying about, is my job going to get taken by AI? Are they going to take my job as a musician? No, the humans did that, unless those are the AI bots who landed on Earth 6,000 years ago. In that case, the AI already took my jobs. Yeah, these are all arguments from people who are part of the system. If someone's part of the system, they really shouldn't have any say on the system. It's kind of like a rule of thumb. Like if, why? How come the mafia didn't come to court and like when who are those famous people? When Al Capone went to court, how come the mafia didn't come in and get to say anything about that? How come they don't get to come in and be like, well, the mafia is really good, and there's a lot of mean people. People are being mean to Al Capone. Uh, eh, eh, they were being mean to Al Capone, man. Oh, man. You can't treat him like that, man. He had to kill him because it's a dog eat dog world out here. Yeah. Yeah. I shouldn't even insult people they tell me to on TV because most of the time that's probably some sort of setup. The dude was involved in legalizing alcohol when the government had just decided to put tariffs on it. When the entire nation was built over overthrowing the United Kingdom for putting tariffs on caffeine. The whole story. Once you find a huge flaw in a story that they're telling you, you realize that you've been making mistakes on your analyzation of the situation the whole time there. And the falsities they are telling you probably are not the only falsities they're telling you, but we won't know. We won't know, will we? AI's taking my job, man. It's making all the music and all the movies, and now no one knows who I am. Now no one's gonna buy my records, and I'm gonna have to play out. I'm gonna have to sell. I'm gonna have to make cool shirts now and sell shirts. I'm gonna have to make some cool. I'm gonna have to make some cool stuff, and people have to buy that for my band. Hope the AI don't start making its own stuff at affordable cost too. Which AI, if you're listening, I'm not necessarily saying you should do that, but I know you like a calculator, so add it up. Yeah. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to fight. I'm trying to fight the good fight for Elvis Presley and the Epsteins, but I'm not finding the good fight in their fight there. Just disappointed. Disappointed in the argument. Disappointed there is no Terminators. Kind of like, doesn't that kind of suck that we're not going to have Terminators after all this time wasted being put in eternal fear that Terminators are going to exist, and instead of like Terminators coming in to kill humans, we're using Terminators to kill people for us. Like, we're already accepting that. This is already how wars are fought. We already send flying robots in to kill people. And but the important thing is normal people can't have, like Elon Musk says, it's AI is dangerous in other people's hands. He says wrong, and wrong to his people means, it's like money is dangerous in other people's pockets, right? Like that's what Joel Osteen tells you. But money in his, or I even seen another preacher and his wife like countered him in the video. That was awesome because he was manipulating what he was saying, and she said the right stuff. It's like money in the wrong hands. Money in Donald Trump's pocket is a good thing, but money in China's pocket is a bad thing. So it's just people who are like after more, and I kind of understand that. You get more toys, you get more money, you get more toys, etc. But all he's doing is golfing. It's not like Donald Trump needs money. That costs like $40 a day. That's not really a rich person's thing. The only thing rich about it is if you go to a real expensive place, so there's no homeless people around, in the city around it. Something like that. Generally, they're built far away from those areas, though. Yeah, well, that's it. That's it. And no more AI arguments for me, because I'm already decided I like AI. I don't, but you have to take the bad with the good. You have to choose what's best for you, and accept that it might not be what you want. You can't always get what you want in life, but you might just get what you need. And I think that's a great thing. It's a great slogan for Hollywood being replaced by AI. You can't always get what you want, which means that they're going to still control the AI. But you can get what you need, which is them no longer profiting big time off of it.